Who else we missing? Oh, Chesley. Okay, yeah.
Hello, hello.
Test, test,
Prom dress, a prom dress situation.
test, test.
Greg,
Greg,
Greg who?
can you
the
hear
other
me
Greg.
though? Can, okay, perfect. Okay.
Can you hear me? I'm good. And Chesley's on the way. She'll be here any minute.
Oh, you want to test? Test, 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 test.
That's good,
Can
because
you hear
that's
me now?
exactly how long she has.
Can you hear me? Yes. Okay.
Test.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for taking the time to attend tonight's council meeting. For the record, it's April 20th, 2023, and the time is 6:31. I'll begin the roll call. Council, when I call your name, please say here or present. Mayor Maxton,
Here.
Councilmember Stroop,
Here.
Councilmember Elizondo,
Here.
Councilmember Bliss is not present. Councilmember Kerner.
Here.
Councilmember Parker is not present. And Councilmember Menchow.
Present.
5 members of council present. A quorum is declared.
Thank you, Christina. Would everybody please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And I'd like to start off by thanking everybody for joining us tonight for the council meeting. We are live streaming tonight's meeting. If you do get an opportunity to talk before council this evening, I would ask that all individuals please use the mic. If you do not use the mic that's up here, then those that are watching by live stream cannot hear your comments. And if you do get the opportunity to speak, would you first introduce yourself? And if you're from some agency, please state what agency you're from. Or if you're a resident, please state if you're a Fair Oaks Ranch resident or not. And with that, we'll move on to citizens to be heard. We had one individual sign up tonight, and David Horwath would like to address council.
Okay. I first got involved with city activities in about 2018 when I started attending some of the meetings of the Charter Committee. And then, with my background, I thought, okay, I'm going to volunteer for the Planning and Zoning Commission, and I've been on there ever since, right from day one. With my background, I lived in a couple places around the country where the nice homes and the nice neighborhoods were basically destroyed by extreme growth, total commercialization. This was in Wilmington, North Carolina, and Northeast Houston, the Atascocita area. And I didn't want that to happen. I also recognized several things. First of all, the approach that I've taken as far as what goes into the UDC and seeing the comprehensive plan is recognize that you've got to balance the rights of the people, the rights of the property owners versus the rights of the city. What do you really want the city to look like, and how do you balance that with the rights of any property owner to do basically what they want to do with their own property? Okay, that takes me to the comprehensive plan. I was really impressed by that comprehensive plan. I still am. It is an excellent way of saying this is what we want our city to look like. This is what we ought to aim for. This is where we ought to be going. However, after a few years on the P&Z, I realized that the intent of the comprehensive plan is wonderful, but intent is not law. What we have to have for the application of the comprehensive plan is a UDC that is basically the written laws of what the comprehensive plan wants to do. Now, that being said, I will admit that to a certain extent I've been a sucker on some of the things that have been going on. With my background in engineering, where we have basically the rules of engineering and chemistry, you got a certain, well, I'll call it the comprehensive plan, which is your safety, your designs, and all these things are the engineering equivalent of a comprehensive plan. And in my areas, people knew what those rules were, so they stuck with them. Well, what I did not realize is that the comprehensive plan is good in intent, but that doesn't mean much of anything unless you've got it down in writing on strict rules saying this is what you can and can't do. I'll use 3 examples of things that have happened in the last year. 2 of them have been shots across the bow, and 1 of them was a direct hit. First of all, we have a portion of the UDC which is called the Conservation Development Agreement, which will allow a certain amount of clustering with, by allowing certain sections of land to be untouched, if you want a better word. The first time something like this came up was about a year ago, and the guy who looked at it came up with a really strange way of doing the calculations, but they were all legal. And he came up with, instead of having 16 houses, he had 54. Well, they backed off for other reasons. The second shot across the bow was the stone crusher, which I believe the city people took care of rather well. But once again, it was a shot across the bow. And in both cases, the CDA and the stone crusher, we changed the UDC wording so that we would eliminate these kinds of things happening. The latest is a way of looking at the mixed-use zoning. Mixed-use zoning was something that we put in that had to have, because we had to have a place for apartments. But what we forgot to do on the mixed-use rules was say you can't have 100% apartments. And this Urbanist, I think that's the name of the company, came up with a way of doing that that has a large number of all apartments in a mixed-use area. Again, what they did was very legal. There is no doubt about it. And because we did not have anything in the UDC at that time. Well, I went back and started looking at the UDC and the changes that have been made in it, and we've covered the stone crusher and we've covered the CDA. And I've also found that the latest version of this, the UDC has a place in it that says that residential areas in the mixed use cannot be more than 30% of the footprint. So that would also be covered. Now, there are a couple other things that I would add to that, but that's neither here nor there at this moment. What I'm asking for is, we have taken care of certain problems that we know are coming up. We have learned the hard way that intents don't mean all that much in the comprehensive plan. So we've got to go back and look at the UDC and making sure that it has what we want, or at least what the comprehensive plan wants. That's all I got to say. I thank you for listening.
Thank you, David. Mr. Horwath was the only individual that signed up as part of Citizens to be Heard. Is there any other individual here tonight that did not get an opportunity to sign up that would like to speak? Silence. All right, we'll move on with our presentations. And the first presentation that we have up tonight is the recognition of the Employee of the Quarter for Quarter 2.
Thank you, Mayor. So tonight, I am happy to announce the Employee of the Quarter winner for the Quarter 2, which starts January of this year, 2023, and goes through March of this year, so just recently. So we are honoring Ernie Martinez, who was not able to be here, partly because of weather tonight, and partly because of childcare. So we are very excited to be recognizing Ernie tonight. He is our GIS technician. And he, through this program, of course, gets nominated by his fellow employees for going above and beyond through the course of this quarter. So to just give a few examples of some of the items that Ernie went above and beyond this year for was our recent town hall in January. It was a transportation town hall where we had an open house and had residents come out as we were discussing some of those topics. And he was responsible for producing all of the amazing graphics, and the poster boards, the displays that we had at that meeting, and he did it in a very short amount of time. Specifically, he pulled information from multiple sources and put it in a digestible format that was easy for not only staff to understand, but for the public to understand. And these changes were kind of happened very quickly as we were formatting through everything. So he really did stay late and worked extra hours and put in the effort to make sure that all of that came together for that town hall meeting, and did it with grace and dignity. Some other items that you might have not realized that Ernie was responsible for recently were some of the brush pickup items. So internally, Ernie developed several different programs that helped us to monitor the progress of these bulk brush pickup items. Whereas he was creating software maps for us, he was helping create programs that put that quantitative data together for our staff to analyze and to track. And he did that all on his own, where he created those kind of from scratch using his knowledge and abilities. And we also used those to help track with the disaster recovery relief items through FEMA. So we are very proud of the work that Ernie has done recently with those. And then on the external side, from what the public saw, he has helped us to develop those tracking maps that you can kind of click on and see what area of town we're in right now and zoom in on your city and things like that. So he helped make those interactive maps for us as well. And then kind of another project that he's kind of worked on just throughout this last quarter and really does a lot of work with the Public Works Department in this area anyway, is the annual street maintenance program. So one of the things that he was recognized for was During this, he actually helped to bring the quantities needed for the annual street maintenance down from an average of about 10% down to 1%, helping the city save money in these areas as we streamlined processes. So again, these are just a few of the projects that Ernie put in extra time for, went above and beyond, stayed late for, produced a high quality information on really short time frames. And so we just want to thank him for all of the hard work that he does, and we're excited that he was nominated as Employee of the Quarter this year. So please just join me in giving him a round of applause.
Good. Joanna talked about this interactive map that he made. And right after the local disaster happened, Ernie built this map that was interactive that had the location of every brush pile across the city on it. And eventually, they were taking pictures and attaching the pictures of the pile to each of the dots. And then further, what has happened, we've utilized that to, they were all red to begin with, and as we clean the sites up, they phone it in and say this site is clean, and they turn it from red to green. So it's been a phenomenal tracking mechanism for us as part of the brush pickup, and definitely well-deserved, Ernie Martinez for the for the Employee of the Quarter. Thank you, Joanna. We have two other presentations tonight, which are proclamations. And could, Christina, can you join me down here? And Amanda? The first is recognition of Municipal Clerk Week, which is April 30th through May 6th, coming up. And by title, well, how about move over here? By title, City Secretary Christina Pachocchio and the Deputy City Secretary Amanda Valdez do a lot of work for our city. And it does have the name Secretary in your job title, but really they're municipality clerks. And it means that these meetings that we're having today do not happen without these two individuals. And that's putting an agenda together, putting a packet together, getting the room set, verifying all the attendance. There's a lot that goes into, well, for our standpoint, the council meeting. But they also handle all of the board meetings and commission meetings that go on for the city. And so it's with all the boards and commissions every month, keeps you very busy. And then on top of that, anytime that we have an election, these are the two individuals that set up our city election. So a lot of work, a lot of effort goes into it, and we would like to recognize you tonight with a proclamation. And by the City of Fair Oaks Ranch, the 54th Annual Professional Municipal Clerks Week, April 30th through May 6, 2023. Whereas the office of the professional municipal clerk is the oldest among public servants and a vital part of local government. And whereas the office of the professional municipal clerk provides the professional link between the citizens, the local governing bodies, and agencies of government at other levels. And whereas the professional municipal clerks have pledged to be ever mindful of their neutrality and impartiality, rendering equal service to all. And whereas professional municipal clerks serve as the information center for local government and community, managing, preserving, and providing city records to its citizens, thus ensuring a transparent, open government. And whereas professional municipal clerks prepare, post, advertise notices of the agenda for all official public meetings of city council boards and commissions. And whereas professional municipal clerks administer municipal elections according to established election schedules in accordance with all laws, the city charter, Texas election code, regulations, and standards. And whereas the professional municipal clerks maintain the seal of the city and affix the seal to all appropriate documents. And where it is most appropriate that we recognize the accomplishments of the office of the professional municipal clerk. Now and therefore I, Gregory C. Maxton, Mayor of the City of Fair Oaks Ranch, do recognize the week of April 30th through May 6, 2023 as Professional Municipal Clerks Week, and further extend appreciation to our professional municipal clerks, Christina Pachocchio and Amanda Valdez, and to all professional municipal clerks for all the vital services that they perform and their exemplary dedication to the communities they represent. And thank you very much. Do we have somebody to take pictures? Can you do it all? I can. Amanda, would you mind? Do you want to say words? Did you want to say something? Kelsey, would you mind joining me up here for the other one? You know, one of the special things about Fair Oaks Ranch is the word oaks that's in our city title. And it references the trees that are populated all across the city. And we know, special to us, from city staff to city council, but definitely we know how special those trees are to our residents, and really what makes us a unique community that we see here. And so Kelsey reached out to me and she said, hey, Arbor Day is coming up, and we ought to annotate that and note it for the city because of the speciality of our oak trees and what we believe is part of taking care of the oaks here in Fair Oaks Ranch. And so we have a proclamation for the city of Fair Oaks Ranch, and that whereas in 1872, the Nebraska Board of Agriculture established a special day to be set aside for planting of trees. And whereas this holiday called Arbor Day was first observed with the planting of more than 1 million trees in Nebraska. And whereas Arbor Day is now observed throughout the nation and the world. And whereas trees can be a solution to combating climate change for reducing the erosion of our precious topsoil by wind and water, cutting heating and cooling costs, moderating the temperature, cleaning the air, producing life-giving oxygen, and providing habitat for wildlife. And whereas our city originated from the development of the Fair Family Ranch, and both the city and ranch were appropriately named out of the appreciation for our historic oak trees. And whereas trees within our community help preserve the natural beauty that makes Fair Oaks Ranch an attractive and favorable place to live in. And whereas the preservation of trees is a consideration in all aspects of our continued growth of the city. Now and therefore, I, Gregory C. Maxton, Mayor of the City of Fair Oaks Ranch, do hereby proclaim April 28, 2023 as Arbor Day in our city. And I encourage all citizens to care for their trees, recognizing the value that they add to the city of Fair Oaks Ranch. And furthermore, the city of Fair Oaks Ranch is committed to maintaining our oak trees, which helps us make our community a special place and in becoming a Tree City USA. And signed today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
If we face that way, could you get a picture?
Let me get a good one.
Hold half. Thank you, Kelsey.
Thank you.
And that's all the presentations that we had for tonight. We'll move on to our consent agenda. We have 2 items on the consent agenda tonight. First is the approval of the March 31st, 2023 special city council meeting minutes. Second is the approval of the April 6th, 2023 regular city council meeting minutes. Is there any council member that would like to pull any of these consent agenda items off of consent and into consideration? And with that, then, could I get a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I so move.
Laura, in a second. And Chesley, all in favor of approval of the consent agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The consent agenda is approved. Before we move into consideration items, I have a motion that I would like to make. And that motion is to defer item 16, which is the fiscal year 2024 through 28 five-year financial planning, to defer this item from tonight's agenda to the agenda on May 4th.
I second.
Greg and Laura. I was probably a little ambitious when we put the agenda together for tonight's meeting. And so we have a lot of items on it. And as we were going through, looking at the kind of the time phase of what it would take us to get through the agenda tonight, it would probably take us some considerable time. Now, time is an issue, but more so it's the emotions and the concentration of getting through that. And I believe we have some considerable items that we need to focus on tonight. Would rather use that emotion and concentration on those items to get us through. So with that, is there any other comments from council? With the motion on the table, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion is approved. And next, we'll move on to our consideration items, starting off with consideration and possible action approving the first reading of an ordinance amending the City of Fair Oaks Ranch Code of Ordinance, Chapter 1, General Provisions, Article 1.07, Trees and Shrubs, to include updated definitions and the responsibility of public trees. And I'll hand this over to Kelsey.
Yes. Good evening. My name is Kelsey. I'm the Environmental Program Manager for the city. And today we're presenting the first reading of an ordinance amending the Code of Ordinances to include some verbiage necessary for us to become recognized as a tree city. This is one step in 4 that we need to take. We've actually accomplished another step today by Mayor Maxton recognizing and proclaiming Arbor Day, and so this is another step necessary to be applicable for being a tree city. And so, by amending Chapter 1, Article 107 to include the authority and responsibility of public trees on public property, we can apply to be a tree city. And what Tree City USA is it's funded by the Arbor Day Foundation, essentially what it does is it recognizes our commitment to community and urban forestry through educational outreach and by proclaiming and just showing our appreciation and recognition for the importance of trees within our community. And so so currently the Public Works Department maintains the majority of the trees within our city, within our public property, right-of-ways, parkways, items like that. HOAs and adjacent property owners also may continue to plant and maintain trees in the vicinity of their subdivision and property so long as those trees do not obstruct the driver's sight distance, sidewalks, or create a potential safety hazard. But what's being proposed to be added is just recognizing the authority and recognizing the responsibility of the general maintenance and the reasonable maintenance of trees on public properties and in the vicinity of adjacent property owners as well. Through the adoption of these amendments, no new enforcement mechanisms will be implemented as a result. Additionally, the Public Works Department will continue doing what they already do, which is ensuring that the line of sight on roadways is maintained for public safety, as well as allowing property owners to still maintain the trees that they do that's in the right of ways. The city will still notify residents or HOAs if there is a potential hazard to let them know that they need to either trim these trees or the city will trim them on behalf to ensure the safety for our residents along roadways. Does anyone have any questions regarding the potential amendments being proposed today? Yes.
Okay, sorry. There were a couple things that are underlined that I'm assuming it's the additions shown in the underscore.
Correct,
And
yes.
I'm not sure if I'm understanding them properly or not, so I kind of had a talk with Scott, and so I was going to ask him here in an open session to see if you could shed some light. So under the parkway portion, it is defined as the area along a street between the curb and the sidewalk, or if there's no curb or sidewalk, the unpaved portion of the area between the street and right-of-way line and the paved portion of the street or alley. So that to me, so my first question, correct me if I'm wrong, out in the back 40 where we have what I consider the drainage ditches or the area between the street and the fence line, which is private property, is that what we're defining as a parkway?
Correct.
Okay, so then if you go to the A and B portion of that, the additions are the owner of land adjacent to any street or park, highway, when acting within the provisions of the ordinance, may plant and maintain trees in the adjacent parkway, with a period. So I'm not real sure that we want people planting or maintaining trees in that area which we use for drainage.
So if those are drainage areas, they'd be protected under a drainage easement. And in the Unified Development Code, drainage easements, part of that definition and the stipulations of that easement is that, I wrote down the definition, this area will not have any permanent structures, fences, or other obstacles hindering the safe transfer of water through that easement. And so planting a tree in a drainage easement would be an obstacle that could hinder the natural flow of water through that, and therefore would be disallowed based on that definition already written in the UDC.
So is there a way that we would be able to, well, sorry, next question. This is question time. And then, so I guess the second question is kind of, might possibly be answered with that, because it says if the obstruction persists, they will notify the property owner to prune or remove the tree, and if we fail to comply. So does that count for trees, I guess, that are already currently in the parkway area? So the way I read this was, you know, it's obvious if it's coming off a personal property, you can't obstruct, and if it does, we cut it at our cost, and if we don't do it, the city can do it. I get all of that, but if the tree is already there, the way it was reading to me is that then the homeowner might be at the cost to do that, to maintain the parkway.
When it comes to like it being in a drainage area and it's starting to hinder or creating a safety hazard, is that what you're referring to?
Yes, but at that point, it wasn't a tree that I would have planted. It would have already, it would be there. So the way this reads to me personally is that the homeowner would be responsible for the area of the parkway. So I'm just confirming, or is that true?
So the parkway, based on this, they would be responsible for the reasonable maintenance of trees within the parkway, which is outside. So in your example, it's outside your fence line. That area would still be your property.
Not in the back 40.
Not in the back 40?
Your property, but it's in the easement.
No, I don't have an easement. So can we confirm that? I think it's an important thing to confirm. Or maybe, Katie, you're standing.
Does-
Sorry to make you stand.
All right. Okay, can you please ask the question one more time, just
Okay.
so?
Well, and so if I look at, and I'll just talk about mine, because
Yeah.
I couldn't tell you, I mean, I think every property, as we've seen in the back 40, has really weird stuff going on. But my property line ends at my fence line.
Yeah.
So the area from the end of my property line where my fence is to the street is what I'm considering the new parkway,
That's
the new
correct.
definition.
Yep.
So if there's already a tree in that parkway, am I responsible for maintaining it because I didn't put the tree there? And now the way I read this is that the homeowner will now be responsible to maintain the tree in the parkway, which is already there.
So we give the opportunity, so this ordinance and how it's written is to give the opportunity for the residents to maintain them if they want, because most of the residents have a particular way they want their trees to be maintained that are along their property line. However, if they're not being maintained, the city has the authority to start maintaining those. And if the city is maintaining those trees that are outside of that area that you're talking about in the parkway, we will continue maintaining those trees.
So the cost won't be added to the homeowner, which is what the ordinance says. That's
Yeah.
my question.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Right. So the intent of this ordinance is not to put any additional burden on residents. The intention is just to put down in writing who has the authority to maintain trees on public properties.
Totally get that. I just want to make sure, you know, just.
Yeah.
I have a follow-on question. So is the UDC applicable to private properties that are already owned and there's no development happening? I mean, you had mentioned that people can't put a plant in a drainage area because the UDC says you can't. But in that situation, is the UDC even applicable to them?
So whether the UDC is or not, if that property's been platted, those drainage easements are reserved on that plat, whether they're ever mentioned in the UDC.
Yeah.
So they have to be kept clear just based on the original plats of the property. Can't obstruct any of the, and you have them here, trust me, I've gone through many of your plats, it's been an ongoing issue, but those original plats that were out here before this was even a town prohibited things within the drainage easement.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I was
And
going
if
to
I
have my
could-
follow-on question was,
Oh, okay.
do we have drainage easements
Yes,
in the
they
plats?
are,
And
they
so I
are.
appreciate you answering that.
I was just going to try to clarify just a little bit because it varies greatly based on where property is located, how these rights look to different people. And it's most clear when you talk about that area but behind the curb, between the curb and the back of a sidewalk, right? There's usually not confusion about that, right? So if I go out in my front yard, you know, my mailbox is out there behind the curb, but I also know the city has rights. We have kind of shared rights on a portion of my property because they can expand streets typically, or they can do work, or they have utilities. But I maintain that on a daily basis. And if I have a sidewalk there, the public can walk up and down that sidewalk, but if there's something disrupts that sidewalk, the city is not going to repair that sidewalk. I'm going to be responsible for repairing that sidewalk. And that is uniform throughout cities. That's not something that's unusual. And so I think it's a little more confusing when you get to more rural settings than urban settings because of the borrow ditches, the drainage ways and things such as that. But I think one way to look at this is that property owners have rights to do things within that area, but the city does as well if you don't do it right. And even my trees, I've got a ton of oak trees on my property, even those that are planted well behind any parkway, if they overhang the street and get too low, I get a note, I get a door hanger from NBU saying, hey, you need to cut your trees, you have to maintain a certain clear height for the refuse trucks to come through there. And if I don't do it, they come through with a bucket truck and they cut my trees in a way I may not want them to. And I think this is just trying, unless I'm wrong, I think this is trying to clarify those joint responsibilities within these areas.
Does anyone else have any other questions?
Any other questions? Kelsey, I did have a question. So is what's shown up here in the adjacent owner responsibility in paragraph A? And so I think it talks about the first comments. The second sentence in that states property owners are responsible for the reasonable and routine maintenance of trees and other landscaping in the adjacent parkway area. And when I read that, I think that leads it for me to believe that the property owner is responsible even if it's outside of his property line. Is that, and from the discussion we just had, I thought that wasn't the intent of what we wanted.
So the parkway it's like Dan said, it's the shared rights of the right-of-way and the property owner. And so the intent is that that adjacent parkway area is the front of your property if you have, no, am I understanding that wrong?
Well, should it state shared responsibility, or, because when I read that, what it says to me, and maybe it's just my interpretation of it, what it's specifically saying is the property owner is responsible.
I would agree with that. I think typically in most circumstances, and I would have to look at your actual plat, in most circumstances, you are responsible. You have a responsibility, the city has a right, right? So you have the responsibility, and if you fail in that like, I can't let the grass behind my curb grow to 4 feet tall just because the city has utilities in that area, and they have the right to come in and mow that, if that makes sense. By the same token, I can't plant a 4-foot hedge in that area that's going to obstruct traffic views or that's going to overhang.
Right.
If I do, the city has rights within that area, even though it's technically on my, it's behind the curb. In most people, if you don't believe me, go out to anybody's home and set up something on the sidewalk and see if they come out and they think that's their property or not, right? And so that is definitely the responsibility of the homeowner, that area between the sidewalk and the curb. We don't mow that where there are curbs and sidewalks.
Okay. Chesley?
So can I follow up, I guess, with the question? So if I'm looking at my plat or, the property that I have, the schematic drawing, as I call it, so my property line ends literally on my fence. My fence sits on the property line. So I guess what I'm trying to understand is the property in front of that, in my, in most of the back 40 properties, our fences are on our lines. So the property that we're talking about, I don't think is an easement. And I think that's where my concern or question is, because you were saying that the property owner owns it, but it's an easement. But is that the case for all of these?
Yeah, no, I do not know. That's what I said. I'd have to
Yeah.
look at your specific property. You may have properties that are different, like, for example, properties that are adjacent to county roads, state highways, and things such as that are often different.
So if,
And it wouldn't apply the same. And
So
I'm sorry, go ahead.
if that was the case, let's just pretend that's the case, that my property ends at my fence. And given the way this is worded, would that mean that I'm responsible as the homeowner for that whatever we called it, for the parkway portion? Would I gain responsibility for that when that's off of my property? Literally, I think it's public property.
Well, so in your scenario, if it is as you state, then that would not be considered parkway.
Okay, that was where I was
I mean,
confused. Okay.
if you're adjacent to a county or state right-of-way, that's not viewed the same as what she's defined, the way she has that defined here. And we need to clarify that better,
Yeah.
probably.
I think that's what.
And Fair Oaks Ranch is unique among many cities in your variety of properties and property settings. They just are. Yes, sir.
I was just going to add to that because I've had an opportunity to look at mine very recently because CPS is doing some system upgrades in my area, so they're going to put some new poles in. And in our scenario, which is also a rural, semi-rural, we have the right-of-way, and I think that's what we're talking about here in the case of Chesley's property. We have the right-of-way, and then we have also a utility easement in front of our property. So the utility portion that goes further than the right-of-way is definitely an easement agreement. But the street right-of-way is the street right-of-way. So I can't infringe on that. And I think the question is the thing about country places is birds sit on fences. And after that's all been there for a while, they plant tree seeds and the trees grow up there. And I think the question on the floor is, if those trees that, just happen spontaneously in nature, who is expected to do the tree trimming work to maintain the appearance of those trees? It seems like routinely people are used to hear that maintenance is done by the city. The Fair Oaks Parkway being the median, being the best example. And I think we just want to make sure that we have language in here that's clear to all the citizens about exactly what am I supposed to do with the trees. If we need to explain further, trees on the right-of-way are the city's problem. Anything that's in the utility easement in the front of your property, you probably should.
I think diagrams would be helpful, to be honest, because you have so many different types of properties. And so, that might be useful to have some diagrams that would be in your code. that would illustrate for the different types of property, because it is, I mean, that might be useful to have some diagrams that would be in your code that would illustrate for the different types of property, because it is, I mean, that might be useful to have some diagrams that would be in your code that would illustrate for the different types of property, because it is, understanding now it's going to be different for the different properties. It's just going. And if y'all recall, it's been some time, but we had a similar discussion, gosh, probably 3 years ago or more regarding, what you have to mow and not mow. And we had this same discussion, and it was much of the same, and it's really the same dilemma as who's going to mow that, because you have so many miles of that. If the city's going to maintain that, the discussion at that time was you don't have the budget or the personnel to try to maintain all of that, but it's whether or not it's the property owner's responsibility. If they're going to get those notices that their grass is too high, and it's no different with trees.
And I think it's a very similar question, because the questions on that, which I believe was the high grass ordinance that we were looking at, or something of that nature, and the question became is, how am I supposed to get in there and mow it if the drainage swale that's running through there isn't safe to mow with power equipment? You'd have to basically get in there by hand and do it, and so I think those are the things before. We probably need some work on that adjacent owner responsibility number A, is because I think it's going to be, and frankly, if you say Parkway here, people think you're talking about one street. So you might want to
That's
think about
true
that
as well.
too. Yeah.
Right.
I'm sorry, you've been waiting a long time, man.
I was just going to suggest that we either table this maybe for some further discussion, or make a motion so we can make some suggestions for changes. I don't know how you want to have what you think is best, but I have some suggestions.
Go ahead.
I think that there's enough changes based off of what we're hearing that I don't want to verbally do it. I would rather it come back, because if we're going to add pictures and we're going to add more description and change significant parts, I think probably best it be done,
That we won't
out
have to
of
do multiple readings.
yes.
Would anything that you have to say now help produce the next best draft, or
Of course.
do you want to go ahead and offer those then?
I think there's enough. I'll wait. I think there's enough that we can.
Well, I don't know that we need a motion to provide additional guidance for updates to the ordinance. And then we could take that back and bring it back to the next council meeting.
Yeah.
So if there are other areas that we would like seen as part of the ordinance, now would be the opportunity to provide those. So,
I don't have any additional areas. I think some language changes on A and B is what I would suggest.
okay.
Could we, if we have suggestions like that, provide them to the city secretary's office and help with the next draft?
Be okay with that, Dan? Dan and Scott? Okay. Go ahead, Laura.
I was just going to say I agree with the word Parkway is confusing, so if we could look for a different word for that, that would be wonderful.
Yes, ma'am.
And then I would just suggest that we look at the areas in the far north and on the south side, the more rural areas, and try to define exactly what it would be. So write that into the definition so that we can be clear as to what we're trying to say in this.
Mhm.
Okay, anything else?
Kelsey, it was a great first stab at this, and obviously with the uniqueness that Dan talked about is across our city, it's definitely a hard ordinance to define. And so appreciate all your hard work and what you did and what you
Thank
put
you.
into this, so thank you.
Got thousands of unique properties. It's hard.
Great, thank y'all.
With that, we'll move on to our second consideration item tonight, which is the consideration and possible action, authorize city manager to execute a construction agreement associated with the annual street maintenance program. And we'll hand this one over to Clayton.
Yes, thank you. I'm Clayton Holscher, Procurement Manager with the Finance Department. This year, the city initially budgeted $1 million for various street maintenance projects. After sending approximately $77,000 to TxDOT for our cost share of the 3351 Cibolo Creek Bridge project, we've got approximately $923,000 remaining. So as part of our street maintenance program, we use various different types of applications, and we have a list of those applications and quantities following the consideration page. Tonight's agenda item covers microsurfacing, which is also referred to as slurry seal, seal coating, which is also referred to as fog seal, and then asphalt rejuvenator. So for the slurry seal and asphalt rejuvenator, the city's utilizing an interlocal agreement we have with Bear County to purchase these services. Utilizing this interlocal agreement fulfills our competitive requirements and allows us to take advantage of some of the economies of scale and the bid pricing that Bear County receives through bidding out larger quantities. The lowest bidding contractor from the Bear County bid for the slurry seal was Intermountain Slurry Seal. We've used this vendor the last 2 years. It's the same exact vendor. This year's plans include 564 square yards of this particular treatment. The lowest bidding contractor from the Bear County bid for asphalt rejuvenator is Pavement Restoration, Inc. We utilized this vendor in 2020 for this same sort of treatment. This year's plans include 72,925 square yards of this treatment. For the fog seal, we are utilizing a different mechanism. It's the Buy Board Purchasing Cooperative. Similar to the Bear County method, it allows us to, it's a purchasing cooperative and allows us to take advantage of bid prices that they've received through bidding this out on a larger scale. This year calls for 48,652 square yards of the fog seal treatment. And also by utilizing Buy Board, we also fulfill our competitive requirements. This supports our strategic action plan items for responsible growth. We utilize pricing from interlocals and purchasing cooperatives, which allows us to take advantage of some competitive pricing, bid on a larger scale. We comply with all our competitive procurement requirements. As far as the financial and budget impact goes, we initially budgeted the $1 million. And as I mentioned earlier, we have approximately $923,000 remaining. These agreements will cover the microsurfacing, fog seal, and asphalt rejuvenator components. The remaining amount left over will cover full depth reclamation, our stripings and markings, our RPMs, and signage replacement. The contractors will sign our standard construction agreement prior to starting any work. The plan is for this work to occur after school ends over the course of the summer, so in that period. So what our recommendation and motion is to authorize the city manager to sign construction agreements with the following companies in support of the annual street maintenance program for a total amount of $817,047.03. The first one is Intermountain Slurry Seal in the amount of $589,189.10 with a 5% contingency in the amount of $29,459.46. For a total value not to exceed $618,648.56. The second agreement is for Pavement Restoration, Inc. in the amount of $83,862.60 also with a 5% contingency, which results in an amount of $4,193.13 for a total value not to exceed $88,055.73. The final agreement is with PaveCon Ltd. in the amount of $105,088.32 with a 5% contingency, which equals $5,254.42, and that gives us a total value not to exceed $110,342.74. So we're asking for your approval for all of these, totaling that $817,047.03 that we refer to. And with that, I'm happy to answer any sort of questions.
Got a question?
Just a quick one. Does this cover everything that we had planned to do this year? Does this amount, or are we?
So it covers some of it. It covers the asphalt rejuvenator. It covers the fog seal and then the slurry seal treatments. So the remaining amount will go towards, we have a cul-de-sac project for reclamation that's actually currently being bid out right now. And the remaining amount will go for striping, markings, signage, things like that.
But I guess my question is, the streets that we had in the plan this year, does this cover all of them? we're not leaving anything off due to cost or anything?
Yeah, this covers all of that.
Okay.
It's just different methods making it up.
Any other questions? Yes, ma'am.
The amount that we have left do you anticipate that's going to be sufficient to cover what is needed for striping and all of that?
We do, based on our initial estimates, especially for the reclamation project, which is one that we're currently formally bidding out. We've adding that into this amount as well as the additional work we needed. We feel confident with it.
Anybody else? Any questions from anyone here tonight? With that, can I get a motion to authorize city manager to sign construction agreements with the following companies in support of the annual street maintenance program for a total amount of $817,047.03 from the companies as listed in the agenda packet and as diagrammed by Clayton earlier.
So moved.
Second.
From Emily and Chesley. Any other discussion from council? I will go ahead and vote on the motion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion is approved. Thank you, Clayton.
Thank you.
The next item we have tonight is the consideration and possible action on approving the first reading of an ordinance establishing stop signs on streets within Centerfield Estates subdivision.
Mayor, thank you. This is a follow-up to the law enforcement agreement signed between the city's police department and Centerfield's HOA. The original agreement was potentially to get the speeding and stop sign enforcement. However, the community there chose not to raise the speed limit beyond 20 miles an hour, so we're bringing back for the 4 stop signs located in the subdivision. So, and if you have any questions, I'm able to answer them.
So moved.
Any questions? Any questions from anyone here tonight? Then could I get a motion to approve the first reading of an ordinance establishing stop signs within the Centerfield Estates subdivision?
So moved.
Roy, second.
Second.
Emily? Any other discussion from council? With that, we'll go ahead and vote on the motion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion is approved. Thank you, Chief.
Thanks, sir.
The next item we have up tonight is the consideration and possible action to form a committee that will prepare an emergency operations center manual that will cover the standard procedures for handling emergency situations for the city of Fair Oaks Ranch. And this is an item that I prepared. And what tonight is I'm seeking council's approval to form a committee that will develop an emergency operations center standing operating procedure manual for our city. We currently have some procedures. It's not all consolidated into one manual, and there's probably other things, other emergency situations that we need to look at. And so my belief is by putting this committee together, we can go through all that and consolidate it into one manual. Some of the things that I looked at, but not limited to, is defining what an emergency situation is, identifying the specific emergencies that we could face here in our city, levels of EOC activation that would be needed, emergency notification protocols, and then needed preparations in response to specific emergency conditions. And to do this, I propose a committee that would consist of myself, Mayor Pro Tem Laura Kerner, Councilmember Scott Parker, Police Chief Tim Mooring, with an alternate of Lieutenant John Ojeda, and then also Julio Colunga, our Assistant Director of Public Works, and he would have alternates of Steve Freed and Jimmy Washer. And any questions from council?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Good person.
So I guess, is this considered like an ad hoc committee that they're going to come up with the, I guess, table of contents for this manual, or are they going to permanently exist and actually maintain the content of the manual and the underlying processes to do that maintenance?
The intent of the committee was to develop the manual, and then the committee would dissolve.
Okay, so then that, I guess, you know, the way I would see it. So is there, one of the outcomes of this committee to establish someone with operational responsibility for the maintenance of the program once the manual is established? Because I see it more as creating a program, and the manual is only a product of that program, if that makes any sense.
And so right now, Chief Mooring is our emergency operator, heads up the EOC, and I believe the mayor is the responsible agent for emergency operations for the city.
So basically, this committee is just to kind of get enough horsepower, energy behind it to kind of like refresh the concept of the manual and get over that hump and then get back to just normal maintenance of the process.
If I can, I can
Sure,
give a
go
little
ahead.
background. So the police department currently maintains SOPs for emergency operations already. Several, probably months ago, close to a year, we started gathering together from departmental wise for emergency SOPs for water, wastewater, public utilities, maintenance. In that process, we've had several different scenarios, whether after the winter storm and then the most recent winter storm. So this is kind of to marry all that together and to bring in some of our partner agencies like Leon Springs and ESD4, Canadian Ambulance, other entities that we routinely deal with in emergency situations. And yes, the mayor is correct. When it comes to emergency operations, the mayor by default is the head of the emergency operations. I act more as a incident command position. So.
I think my question's answered. I just, you know, from my experience of working with this, I just, you know, the real strength of it is having a program that involves not only, you know, having basically the framework about how the process is supposed to work, and then you actually have exercises to test your understanding of those processes and to have it be robust enough where, you know, you can come up with scenarios and then real life happens, you know, and it's like, you know, how is the organization practiced in responding to those things? And so that's really what I'm looking for, and it sounds like there is an existing organizational structure for it, and the purpose of this committee is just to try to get a little, again, energy behind refreshing all the lessons we've learned, getting that consolidated, and then kind of refresh on the program itself.
And more importantly, establishing protocols for when to activate EOC, when to activate emergency communications, and the similar, which we have individually, department-wide, especially with us, based on the FEMA ICS program, but citywide, kind of establishing an SOP citywide.
And if I can add, Roy, I mean, your question is, I think, in updates. So yes, the committee would come together and form this manual. And is it going to be 100%?
Never.
We would like for it to be, but chances are it will
No,
not.
it will never.
And so even in the emergency situations that we have gone through recently, we conduct after-action reviews. And so as part of that, we go through each of the departments that we have as part of the staff and collect the information that we need so that we can come back and provide updates to any policies that we have. So we're always looking to make ourselves better in how we can respond, maybe quicker and better initiatives to support our residents in the city.
Yeah, and no doubt, and I support that, and I think I much better understand what the purpose of this ad hoc committee is. I just, you know, think the city's had great responses, and to me, that's the best test or evidence that there's a good program. I just, you know, want to feel comfortable that, you know, resources have been allocated to it to keep it alive and working, because y'all have done such an excellent job. You set the bar so high, you know, would like to see that continue. It sounds like you're on a path to do that, so I fully support it.
Lord Jeff.
My question was more administrative. I was trying to read through the home rule charter really quickly and all of our rules and procedures as quick as I could. Doesn't the mayor have the ability to form committees at will? I mean, we don't need to approve this. Ad hoc committees, you could just, your emergency manager, you could just form a committee.
I don't know that answer.
Sorry.
But yes, if I recall, yes, we've talked about that before as well on previous ad hoc committees.
Sure.
Thank you for letting us know you're forming a committee, Mayor.
And I just want, and honestly, in being upfront and with council to know the intent of what we want to do as part of this, my belief with the right thing to do is to bring it to council, to get approval by council, and so that you know this is going on and that a committee has been established. Anybody else? Any questions from anyone here tonight? I still would like to get a motion and approval on this, so.
So moved.
Second.
Could I get a motion to authorize formation of a committee to prepare an emergency operations center standard operating procedures manual, which will cover the actions needed for handling emergency situations for the city of Fair Oaks Ranch. And as committee members are listed, and I have a motion from Roy and a second from Chesley. Any other council discussion?
Just say thank you for putting this together. I think it's a great idea to get what I'm understanding is a procedure book or manual for us to, or for not us, but everyone to follow. So thank you for taking that on. I appreciate it.
Well, it is us. It is all of us, to include staff and residents. So yes. With that, then, any other discussion items? We'll go ahead and vote on the motion. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? And the motion is approved. And next, we'll move on to our last consideration item tonight, and the possible action regarding requirements or expenditures associated with the local disaster. And we do have a consideration item related to this one tonight. To start it off, Scott, would you mind leading us through just a quick update where we are on brush cleanup?
I will. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yes, this is a different update that I planned to give you probably even just about a day and a half ago. But for the numbers, first of all, as of this afternoon, citywide, we've collected about a little over 1,400 of 2,300 piles that we had estimated or pictured as part of the community. 619 of those so far are in Bexar County, which is, of course, where we're working now. The average pile size in Bexar County has been about 28.7 cubic yards, so some pretty sizable piles in that neck of the woods. Under the current contract and the current scope, as of close to the end of the day, we've collected just over 17,700 cubic yards in Bexar County, and that's out of an estimated 25,333. So we've collected about 42% of the piles in the county, while we've expended about 70% of the authorized budget. So with the size, we're running a little bit behind budgetarily. We are right now still working through sections 7 and 8. If you're following on the interactive map that we've talked about, that's generally the southwest portion of the city limits, up through Pimlico to Dietz Elkhorn, that area. So most of you are aware, we've been sending out those daily communications to the communications team. We've added that interactive map that Ernie, our employee of the court, has been working on. So just for those who are tracking it, residents can type in their address on that interactive map at home, and they can see which section they are and get at least an approximation of when the collection will be in their neighborhood. We, at this point, probably have about 3 weeks left in the collection process. My primary concern at this point is, we could run out of council authorization prior to the next council meeting if the process speeds up as we go through here. Right now, we're estimating 3 weeks, but it could be quicker. And I'd hate for us to have to stop the process because we have to come back to council and request further authorization. That's why we have the consideration item for you tonight. Using a very basic average of the collection in Bexar County to date, the average piles, and just doing very basic straight line math. We're looking at right now, we could need about an additional, as the number shows, about $117,000 in the current contract to finish based on, again, that rough estimate. I'd like to think that's a conservatively high estimate, but out of an abundance of caution, we're asking for your consideration this evening to authorize that additional amount of $117,000. That will allow us to, continue safely the collection without potentially stopping the process, like I said. The good news is, with our current contract, we have a locked-in cubic yard rate. That was part of our invitation for bids. That was part of the scope. That cubic yard rate is substantially lower than our previous contracts. So as part of this, we wouldn't be spending any additional money beyond the cubic yard rate that the Public Works staff continues to monitor the loads on a daily basis. So it really won't change the final price in the end based on what the amount of brush that's out there. But we do need council authorization to continue based on our estimates and what's been authorized to date. So again, based on this additional authorization request, the total contract would be, what was that number? $336,000, $336,377.50 for the current contract with CTC Disaster Response. If it comes in at or about that amount, that would put us at almost exactly $500,000 for the grand total of brush collection, inclusive of both contracts. Wish I had better news, but I am pleased that we locked in this much better rate in this next round. And Clayton and Julio are standing by. They can metaphorically kick me if I got any of those numbers wrong, but as a request before you, we wanted to get this in front of you, at least with the option to continue this evening. So like I said, in the event that collection picks up, we can keep going prior to our next scheduled meeting on May 4th.
Go ahead, Laura.
So I guess just to summarize what I understood you said, and let me know if I get this right. We based the original amount we authorized you on, assuming there was 25,333 cubic yards, but based off of what we've picked up so far, we anticipate it being much more than that because we've only picked up 40% and we're already at 17,000.
That's correct. We
Okay.
did include a 10% contingency beyond that 25,000, but we think it'll be in excess of
So
that.
based off of how big the piles are, it's more than we had originally estimated, so we think we're going to go over the estimated cubic yards. It's not that the rate is changing, it's just the estimate of how much is there was a little off.
There's more out there, yes.
I will offer the comment that I rarely go outside that I don't hear a chainsaw running.
So, I hear what you're saying.
Fair
And
point.
after we did the estimates,
More have been added.
yes.
And some of that's legitimate because there have been windy days where additional branches come down, and some of those are large enough where people might be cutting. But the piles are still getting contributions while y'all are working, so.
Any other questions? Any questions from anyone here tonight? And with that, can I get a motion to authorize an additional $116,791.06 for a total not to exceed amount of $336,377.50 for the agreement with CTC Disaster Response Incorporated? The additional amount may require a budget amendment later in the fiscal year if projected budget savings are used for other purposes.
I so move.
And from Laura, in a second. From Emily. Any other council discussion?
I guess it's not a discussion point, but I just would like to say I wish this, I know we have to pick up the brush. I'm not suggesting that we don't, but maybe a learning experience for the future that we do try to figure out a better way, because had this come to us at 500,000 or the 900,000 that it originally was, I would not have voted in favor of spending this amount of money to pick up brush.
Anybody else? With that motion on the table, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion is approved. Thank you, Scott. That completes the consideration items that we had tonight. We have 2 workshop items on the agenda. First is the discussion on advancing the Planning and Zoning Commission submission, the proposed amended City of Fair Oaks Ranch Unified Development Code. And Katie, were you going to kick this off for us, or?
So I'm gonna have Lada come up. Did you want to come up first, or yeah, it's you, and then Bobby's gonna come up and say a few words. We've been working on this for a while now.
A long
and
time.
We'd like to present.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Lata Krishna Rao. I'm with Ardura, and as you know, we've been helping the city with this process of updating the Unified Development Code. I have about 30 years of experience in municipal planning, most of it in the public sector. A few years back, started as a consultant, and I focus on helping small cities with planning needs. I would like to introduce Byron, who's with me today. Most of you have seen Byron here before. Byron is also with Ardura and is in the San Antonio office. Byron has experience providing municipal engineering, infrastructure services, and supports the planning team with some of the work that we do for cities, and we support his team too. So thank you for giving us an opportunity to provide this update. Yes. So just a little bit of background, and I'm sure some of you are aware of this, that the City Council had tasked the Planning and Zoning Commission to review the Unified Development Code that was adopted in 2019 and recommend amendments to the City Council. And so the Planning and Zoning Commission has been working on this, reviewing the code in detail. The process started in March of 2021, and just recently, last month, they concluded their recommendations, and I've made this recommendation to the to the City Council to consider and adopt these amendments. Just like to give kudos to Planning and Zoning Commission. They've had about 20 work sessions with city staff and consultant, and identified issues, discussed findings in length, provided input, and finally also reviewed the amendments that were provided. Redlined amendments were provided, and they have gone through it in details too. So where we stand now is that the Planning and Zoning Commission is recommending that the City Council look at the amendments and consider adoption. So when we started this process, the first thing to do was to review the Unified Development Code and prepared an analysis or a diagnostic report, as it's called. Some of the things that we looked into was, number one, does it conform to the Texas Local Government Code? And as you know, that the cities get their zoning powers from the state. And in 2019, there were a number of changes that were made that affected cities all over Texas. So we started with that to make sure that the codes were legally sound and incorporated the changes that had been made since their adoption. The second was to look at the content of the Unified Development Code, just basically looking at inconsistencies, duplications, conflicts, clarifications, and things like that, so that it was easily understandable, easily readable. The third thing was to look at opportunities to streamline application processes and procedures. As I mentioned, there were some changes made in the Texas Local Government Code that provided cities opportunities to actually streamline their processes and make it easier. So that was another area of review that was done. The next one, just to look at the layout, organization, and visual appearance. In terms of organization, there were some sections that were hard to find and had a better place in the code with other chapters. So those changes were proposed. A lot of tables, graphs were added to make it easier for people to understand what the requirements were, and just generally making sure that it was easy to read. Then the last thing that was also important was that, as you know, the city of Fair Oaks Ranch has a comprehensive plan, and the purpose of the Unified Development Code was to codify some of the requirements in the comprehensive plan. Comprehensive plan is more of a guiding document, how those aspirations are made into realities by adopting codes to make sure that happens. So with the Planning and Zoning Commission, looked at some of the objectives in the comprehensive plan and also reviewed the code to see if there were some requirements and regulations that supported that. Just for example, the comprehensive plan talked a lot about hill country character that the residents of Fair Oaks Ranch cherish. So the code looked into what are some of the elements that make that contribute to the hill country character, and should some tweaking or changes be made in terms of landscaping, buffer, trees, things like that, to make sure that that vision that the city had in the comprehensive plan was accomplished. Like I said, P&Z looked at it for about a few months, 2 years, and started off with a very high-level review, and through the process, we went through some preference surveys, trying to see if there was a concern, what was the best way to address it, and gathered a lot of input from them on what they thought the issues were and concerns, and that is included in your packet. And then once the chapters were redlined, the Planning and Zoning Commission actually went chapter by chapter, page by page, to understand what the changes were and make sure that that was what they had directed. And then they also looked at the final red line version. Throughout the process, legal was very involved, attended all these workshops, and finally, the legal helped us review the entire document, not just the red line changes, but the entire document, to make sure that it all came together and there were no conflicts or any issues that might pose a problem later. So with that, we finalized the draft, and P&Z, like I said, made a recommendation last month for you all to look at it. Now, some of the other things is, just when I talked about website posting, if you go to the website, you will see the process, all the red lines are there. It evolved, as you see, so there have been changes, but all this was posted so that, everybody had an opportunity to look at that. There are some memos, and there is a clean version posted there. So the future steps, this is just the beginning of the process, and also want to let you know that the Unified Development Code is a constantly evolving document. Any amendments or adoptions are not set in stone at any given point. The council has the opportunity to make those changes. And that was a concern because, sometimes some things that are relevant today might change tomorrow. But like I said, it is, you have the ability to change it. So the future steps would be the city council to basically look at the changes, and the adoption process would include a joint public hearing with the council and the P&Z. After that, the P&Z would make a recommendation, the city council adopts, acts on it and adopts it. However, there is a step in between the council review and joint public hearing, which is to decide how do you want to get there. Obviously, this is the first time that we are coming to you. So the discussion today is not to actually review the amendments, but to get some directive from the city council on how would you like to see this happen. Talking with staff, there were a few scenarios. One was that you look into the amendments, agree with that, and call for a joint public hearing, or you do review it, you provide comments, you have workshops, special meetings, and take your own time to review all the changes, or there might be something else that you might have in mind. So like I said, this is just a meeting to discuss how would you like to move forward in this process. And I have the P&Z chairperson here who also wanted to add a few things to my presentation.
Thank you, Lotta, and thank you, Council and Mayor Maxton, for allowing me to speak a little bit about our background. What are you talking?
Your name.
My name? Oh, she gave you my name. I'm sorry. I'm Bobby Barnes. I am a resident here at Fair Oaks Ranch, and
Thank
I
you,
am
Bobby.
in my second year as chair of this committee. I have to thank the entire commission. Everybody took part in this very actively. As you've seen, it was a 2-year project with 20 meetings. We scheduled extra meetings during the summer once the COVID lockdown broke out. We do have to thank, of course, Lotta and Katie, because their input was very valuable to us. But we went through it, as Lotta said, line by line, chapter by chapter, wonderful discussions, and good input, even from the audience who attended our meetings. With such thoroughness that we have given this over 2 years, because we went through it, and then we went through it again with the red lines, et cetera, and then the attorneys got it, and they have taken over 3 months on going through it, chapter and chapter by all the detail, trying to integrate, especially as the state comes down with more and more information. They've had to integrate it to make sure that it is in compliance with the state code with that. But on March 9th, and I know you all are aware of the mixed-use development we all talked about and we brought to council, I think it was, 2 weeks ago, where you did have an extension you had to vote on. We would have loved to have taken another 6 months to go through this one more time and get it perfect, except we know we would never get it perfect, and that's the big thing. This is a living document, and I see we passed it unanimously because we saw an urgency on this issue, on some of we need to see this take place as quickly as possible. The current UDC is a fine document, but there are some holes in it. This will be a finer document, and I am sure there will be some holes in this because it will be living, it will be amended and moved on. The longer you take to review it and go through it with a fine-tooth comb, we're going to lose some of our property, especially our mixed-use property, and not get the commercial benefits that we want, not get the sales tax benefits, et cetera, from it. And you should be aware of all the work that has been put in by staff, by consultants, by the P&Z committee going through it. We did pass it unanimously, and we also made a commitment that we're going to continue to review this. We're not doing it with staff or anything, but we're going to review it and keep a record of comments that we have, and maybe every 6 months call in staff to help us with it and make recommendations to council. It could be quicker if something comes up and we see there's a big hole that we missed. We could pass it even quicker to make amendments to it on a continual basis. But we feel that it is a document that needs to be continually looked at, not put on the shelf and then oh, something arose and we need to then be kind of caught on it and come up late. So my recommendation to you is to get this out and make it into a legal document as quickly as you can. I know some of you are concerned and want to go and go through your fine tooth comb, but I think it really needs to be a living document out there and then amendments made. Now, with your packet, you have a lot of great information that staff has put together for you. I know I've been asked, what are the major changes? Well, if you look at attachment 3, all the major changes are listed there with the topics that have gone through. And so that summary, I'm not going to read it through to you or tell you exactly what, but that is actually a 3-page document with the changes that we made to it, the major changes. Before that, you actually do have attachment 2, and I did not realize staff was keeping this detailed record, but this is every change we made on every page that we addressed. So there's about 4 or 5 pages in here of all the changes and comments that we made going through. So you do have a lot of detail. I will tell you that if you look at the red line version, you're going to be overwhelmed because you're distracted by the red lines and what changes, and you want to concentrate on that, and you lose the holistic approach and what are we trying to accomplish in there. So I would kind of recommend that you use the final version and read it through and then look at what changes we did make through on these summaries so that you can actually see what's going on. Other than that, I think that's all the comments I have here. Obviously, I would be happy to answer questions on it, but I don't want to get into the details because tonight is a planning session of how you're going to attack this. I just want to give you the guidance that I think we need to have this as a legal document quickly, like tomorrow. But I know that's not going to happen. So that's just my wish. Thank you very much.
Any questions for Bobby, Lotta, or Katie?
I don't have any questions, but I just want to, well, I have an opportunity, Bobby and David, you know, kind of, you're here representing the entire commission, and I just want to say, to me, that group, the work that they've done over the past couple of years exemplifies volunteerism in Fair Oaks Ranch. The city would never work without that. So thank y'all very much, and please share with your commission members how much everybody in this community should appreciate the work y'all have done. Thank you.
And I think that comment could have been made from all of council for all y'all have done.
You also have to realize staff and Lotta and Katie and the rest of the staff, the attorneys, it is a joint project. It's not one of us.
So I had a couple questions on the maybe not a couple, but a procedural questions on what we're going to go through. So council needs to review it. Do we just say we have reviewed this and we're ready to move forward to a public hearing?
So
Not ready.
not if you come up here.
I'm not ready.
We
I'm
had
not
a
asking.
couple options,
Procedure.
or I guess, you know, there's different ways we can present the UDC to y'all, either through, you know, separate sessions or, you know, we don't know if you guys want some overview, a little more detail, presentations type
Yeah,
of
really what I
thing.
was getting at is, so once we do the review,
Mhm.
does council have to vote on it to get us to a public hearing? Or do we just say we've reviewed it and we're ready to move forward to a public hearing?
Sure. So, yeah, once you review it and you're comfortable, then you don't have to vote on it. You would have to schedule a public hearing.
Okay. And so then we scheduled a public hearing and we'll get more input.
Right.
And so any changes that we make to the UDC after the public hearing, does it then need to go back to P&Z and then back to council?
So we can do it that way. The first thing would be, if you're comfortable to schedule a public hearing, then, the notifications are put out. The document will be out on the website for public to review too.
Sure.
And then during the public hearing process, you would hear from the citizens, and if there are any other concerns that the council or the P&Z has, all that can be collected. And then we can go back and, make the changes as required, and then come back either we can do a work session and kind of update you on the changes, and then take it back to the P&Z for their recommendation. They would have to act on it formally to make a recommendation to the city council, and then the city council would act to adopt it.
Okay.
So, yeah. So it is up to you to decide the intermittent steps, but the basic thing is public hearing, recommendation from the Planning and Zoning Commission, and adoption by the city council.
So as far as right now, the planning and zoning has not made a recommendation to city council yet.
Not a formal recommendation, because they have to have a joint public hearing before they do that.
All right.
So they want to.
I'm just
some
trying to
guidance,
understand the
yeah.
process, that's
Yes.
all.
But this is still kind of an informal process, yeah.
And then Dan, once we get to the point that council votes on it, is it at that point that it becomes effective?
10 days after, yeah.
10 days.
Based in publication. The other thing I would just add, and first of all, Cindy Trevino with our office has been the associate involved with this, and Bryce Cox, our on-staff planner. Those are the two who have done the heavy lifting on this. I've not actually gone through this document. But I would also say that and I appreciate what Lotta's saying about the process. That is not the only way that you can do this. There's nothing that requires you do all of this at one time. If the council wants to take this in sections or by chapter, I've done this every different way there is to do it. It is a comprehensive update, but if it's too cumbersome to try to digest all of that at one time, go through and get all the changes back at one time, it doesn't have to be done that way. You can do this by chapter or by sets of chapters, or however it works best, because of the volume of the data that you're going to be expected to see. And while I respect the P&Z commissioners, chairs suggestion that you move on this quickly, that they've done this for 2 years, you're the elected officials. You haven't heard from your constituents yet. Be as deliberate as you need to be in order to make sure that you get this right.
Go ahead.
So when a formal UDC is presented to us for approval, what are our options? It's just yes or no, or return to committee, or can we revise?
You can revise.
Okay.
They're only a recommending body. You don't have to send your changes back to the Planning and Zoning Commission. I would say, though, that any changes, this is what's a little bit confusing about how this whole process has gone, at least to me, is that typically you amend the comprehensive plan before you then adopt UDC regulations that are in conformance with the changes that you made to the comprehensive plan, and we're kind of doing it backwards, but so be it.
I have much more to say, but that was my only question.
Any other questions? So really what we're here tonight with this workshop item is to determine a way ahead for council on a review process, and I would say for right now, the review to get us to a joint public hearing. So, we have Katie, Lotta, we actually have the P&Z committee members, commission members that would probably come in and help us. Those are the tools that are available. What are some ideas on how y'all want to approach it?
Well, so slide 3, I think, is a good guide for me. Ideally, so we're not in this ideal state because we have a comprehensive change, but going forward after we do this, I think to me it would make more sense that we would get updates from P&Z broken into key categories like we're going to bring to you, these are legislative updates. Please make these changes immediately, then we'll do that. These are things that we need to do to incorporate the comprehensive plan. I think we're past that, but I think going forward, that's how we should see it. Right now, I'm concerned that there's a lot of dependencies between chapters. And while I would like to approve chapter by chapter, because there's no way, one, I can absorb it or even explain it publicly, all of this stuff in a meeting that is not going to last 5 hours. So I think the only way we could do this is chapter by chapter, because that's the only way it's going to be absorbed by council and by the residents. But at the same time, I need to understand the dependencies. So if we hear from the P&Z that we need to update chapter 3 first, because that's the one with zoning. I'm just making up that number. I don't know the chapters by heart. And that's the one we need to update first. I'm fine with that. I would rather update the most important chapters first, but I also need to understand what are the dependencies that we need to make in other chapters at that time to make that make sense. Because if we're changing definitions in chapter 1 and we are not adopting that first, that's what I need to understand, the dependency timeline, because I think we're past approving this whole thing at one time. I don't think we're going to be able to do, I won't be able to do that. But I want to read, I want to understand the changes in each chapter. I don't want raw changes. I'd like to have a summary. Chapter 3, we have 15 changes due to conformance for legislative, and these are where they are. We have 10 changes to improvement of the UDC content, and this is what they are. Because attachment 2 is great. It's just a raw list of changes. It doesn't tell me why or which one it's aligned to. I think that would help me. Because then we could absorb the why in each of those chapters, not just the what. And I think the why helps us. So I'm glad we have all the changes, and I think they're probably all going to be important to be implemented. I just don't think we could do it in one big fell swoop. I appreciate the urgency, but I want to get the most urgent thing out first.
I agree. I agree with Laura. And it did help me reading the red line comments. I mean, I only made it through a small portion of it. And I spent quite a bit of time starting the process and then realizing how much time it was going to take. But having the red line explanations did help understand, as opposed to just reading the items that were changed. I wanted to know why and what went into that as well. So I think chapter by chapter, with the understanding that we don't have to go in order, if it doesn't make sense to you, then I'm fine with that too.
Okay.
I was just going to say I agree with what Laura said. For me, it'd be easier to have the summary of here's what we changed and here's why we changed it, and like she said, broken out on these specific things. And I also agree that we should go chapter by chapter versus trying to take one document in its entirety.
So Dan, if we were to take this chapter by chapter and say we start off with chapter 4 first, and we get it to a point that as a council, we say, yes, we're ready to move forward, then we'd have to do the whole joint public hearing with just chapter 4?
So, I don't believe so. No, Mayor. I think that the council can, you have a recommendation on this from the P&Z. It may not be a formal recommendation, but they're done with their work. The council can go through this chapter by chapter, starting whenever you want to, and when you're ready, when you are ready to have a formal approval, then you could have that joint public hearing and give the formal recommendation if you want. The only concern I would have with that is that if you do that before that, a joint public hearing, what that does to the input from your constituents, from your, if they're not paying attention or if it's on every council meeting. You can do it the way you're suggesting as well, but yes, if we're going to adopt it in pieces, but if you get that formal recommendation and then you take them, let me back up. So the key is you cannot adopt it the way it's all written unless you have your formal recommendation from the P&Z. If they make a formal recommendation on the whole thing, but then you subsequently adopt it in cases, no, you don't have to go back to a joint public hearing. They've made their recommendation. That's what's required. They have to make a formal recommendation. If you make changes after that, you don't have to go back to a joint public hearing. You're also not precluded from having your own, additional public hearings. There's nothing that says that you can't have more public hearings than what is required by law, or that you cannot open that up for public comment as often as you want to. Once you've received it from P&Z, it's yours. It's yours to adopt in the manner that you deem fit, in the timeline that you deem fit.
Dan, just to clarify, if we accepted a recommendation, let's say, for all of the amendments, and the council chose to say, we're going to address this chapter by chapter, and as Laura suggested, what we want to do is make sure if there's a high priority one, we tackle that one first. And we say, we need to get this into law as soon as possible. If we do each of those chapters that way, do we just have to go through our ordinance adoption process for each amendment that we adopt? So that would kind of be that cycle.
Right, so
If we
if-
say, let's say we want to take chapter 4 and we want to get that on the street as soon as possible, then we would focus our attention on that,
That's
go
correct.
through our ordinance adoption process and get it into law.
That's right.
Okay.
That's correct.
Thanks.
I just wanted to, if I may, add something. Just in terms of, whichever way you choose is fine. Just, I wanted to let you know the way it's structured, though, these chapters are connected. So for example, if, the administrative procedures are in a chapter earlier on, and then when you go to the subdivision chapter, there is some requirement that, are, tied to each other. So I'm just thinking out aloud. So you change one chapter that talks about, changing the planting requirement or the process, but then you still have all that requirements in other chapters that refer back to that chapter. And I'd probably just defer to Dan on this. Then what happens when there are these conflicts? Because one thing we're trying to do is clear these conflicts. Secondly, like, for example, all the zoning requirements in a chapter later are being moved to earlier on where they should be, because part of the requirements are in one chapter, but part of them are in the other. And it's not consistent, like residential requirements are split, commercial requirements are split, tree requirements are split, conservation development requirements go back to the zoning. So I'm just worried about that. So just wanted to bring that up, so.
So this is kind of like to Laura's comment, because it sounds like we need a schema or an anatomical diagram of this thing to understand what all the dependencies are.
So that's what I'm asking of you, Lotta, and of the P&Z, is you guys understand this? You come to us with how we should take it in chunks. Because you understand it, I'm not going to figure that out. But if you can come to us and say, you have to do chapter 1 first because of this reason, and you have to do 4 and 6 together, that's fine. Just come back to us with those suggestions. That's what I'm asking.
Right. And like I said, my question to Dan would be, if you do change one chapter, but there are certain things that are in other chapters, Dan, then would those be overwritten just because they changed one chapter, or how will that work?
So the way in the adoption, it depends on if you do it cumulatively or if you have the severability in the ordinance that when you adopt it. And so it's a valid concern that she's expressed. The alternative to that is you take it one chapter at a time, but you're not doing anything formal until you're done with your complete review and it goes back. And there's always going to be that issue where there's things that are tied together in any chapter that you tackle. That's always going to be an issue, but it's also our responsibility when that comes to you or when you're reviewing it to let you know what those things are. I mean, that's for sure, but it doesn't mean that it's feasible to tackle an entire UDC. 2 years to get to this point, it's not feasible for you to do it like you would normally do it.
And that's my concern, is I want to be able to address the urgency matters as quick as possible we would not be able to do that if we truly adopted the whole thing together.
So just as an example though, so let me just address that question. So there's been some concerns expressed about mixed use. I don't know how long those concerns have existed, but as soon as that became an issue or became a concern, we could have amended it. We could have amended how we define mixed use or what's allowed in mixed use at that point in time under the existing UDC. It didn't have to wait until the entire UDC was ready to be rewritten because it's a living document. And that's how that's supposed to function. If we come across something that is not functioning as we intended or that we don't believe is in conformance with the comprehensive plan, those amendments need to come forward immediately and be addressed, even if you're still working on a comprehensive update to a UDC. And that's true of any of our ordinances, not just our planning ordinances.
That's a great point, Dan. So I think maybe, is it possible for them to come to us and just pull out the mixed use portion and just pick out the legal stuff and give us that? We could review and approve that as it's written now and then come back and look at the bigger things. I mean, because it sounds like that would address both issues. And
I'd like to make a comment. The mixed-use issue came up on March 9th. We passed it on March 9th to turn it over for city council review. We did the whole document. We didn't know, or we weren't informed we could do an amendment for it because everything is interlocked. The heritage trees, all the tree ordinances, et cetera, is all interlocked with it. But we did not know about it. I think we got the agenda somewhere around March, I want to say 6th, and we had a meeting on March 9th. We passed it then. So I'm in defense of our commission. We knew only at that date, and we got it into your hands.
And Bobby, I don't think anybody's pointing a finger at the P&Z about this. I think, yeah, well, I think what we're looking at is, you know, where we're at today is that we have a document that has been informally reviewed and forwarded up to the council. And so with some of the situations, what David mentioned earlier, I mean, if we could take portions of that document, whether it's by chapter or by subsections, and go ahead and pull those out and approve them so that we get them in place, would that be beneficial to us moving forward?
So, a question for Bobby. Is it feasible for you all to pick out the things that you're the most concerned with, I would say currently, or the ones that are the pressing issues, and define by, I would say, chapter, if it's not all of them, and bring that strictly to us so that we can look at those specific things, and if there's linked chapters, we may be doing chapter 6, chapter 2, and chapter 12. I'm just making them up. But then you can say, these are the 3 we need you to look at now, and here's why, you know, given these things, whether it's legislative changes or whatever, so that we can get on the stick and do the specific ones that need to go now.
Okay, to answer that, I gotta use Lotta. She's my source of everything. But I also worry because that just popped up and arose, what's around the corner on another topic that we have changed or have recommended to change to you all. They may point up, I can't tell you what's on my agenda on the next meeting until 3 days before the meeting, and who knows, it might be something else, and we might have emergency after emergency is what I'm addressing. But can you answer her question?
I'll try,
Thanks.
I think it's possible to, have a list of, some kind of a list of these amendments and then work with the Planning and Zoning Commission and say, hey, let's prioritize this. And once the issue is prioritized, then just change the related chapters. It is possible we might miss a reference here or there, but then I think we'll still be able to do that. But it would mean just kind of going over the list and having that session with you all and trying to decide. Now, meanwhile, there are other issues, legislative, right? So what happened, for example, with the sign regulations when we just started, the sign regulations changed, so we had to go through 2 iterations, and the sign regulations that you see in your book is very different from what it was because of all the legislative changes. So we are trying to deal with that too. There is a bunch of House bills in front of the legislature now. I was talking to Scott about it, and I think he stopped keeping track of this. But there are, and Dan had mentioned too. So we also face that, but we will definitely, we can do it. We can prioritize the issue. And if we see something that might be a concern based on the way that the legislature is going, then we can move it up and say, hey, you guys need to act on it or something like that.
I appreciate that. I'd rather focus on the ones where the legislature has already passed, and we know exactly what it means, and it's already been through the lawyer, and the ones that we need to incorporate the comprehensive plan objectives into the UDC that we've seen problems in the past. It's fruitless to try to chase bills in progress in session. I mean, there is no benefit to that. Because it takes months after it's passed for all the lawyers to even figure out what it means. So, so let's just focus on what's already been passed and get that in there, and whatever we need to address the issues that have come before P&Z that they've already indicated are problems.
Yep.
Yeah.
I just had like a few things to say real quick. So what I'm hearing is that we kind of want to do a prioritization regroup with planning and zoning and come back to you with that. I guess after we have done that prioritization, the UDC amendments, they will all still technically be a part of that prioritization. And, I know you guys have a lot on your plate with all other items, city council related. And so the other portion of this question would be, how would you want those prioritizations presented? Would you want, so, we can do it by specific like subjects in the UDC or the chapters. I think it might make more sense to do it by the subject matters that we're, concerned about, and then we can put that the legal updates as a section kind of thing. But, the planning and zoning, they met 20 meetings, and it was specifically, I would say at least half, if not 75% of those meetings were specifically on UDC updates. So I guess my question is, are you guys interested in hearing about these prioritization, hearing about the prioritization at a general city council meeting, or doing special sessions, or having a steering committee or anything like that?
Just a sense of what to me would drive urgency is, David, you used the term holes, that y'all found holes or gaps in the thing that represent risks to the character of the community we're trying to do, the consistency with the comprehensive plan. So it might just be kind of just a feel thing to just sit there and say, the commission spent 2 years on this. They should have a pretty good sense of where they think that this area, if this doesn't get cleaned up, that's where the risk is the most that we're aware of. And, something else could pop up, a cloud could blow in tomorrow, and who knows, like Bobby said. But that's what I would base it on. And I won't be here to do it, but I think that's what I'm sensing from the council is they want to know where those most urgent areas are that need upgrade.
I think what we all are trying to say is we're willing to look at it however the P&Z feels like it needs to be looked at most urgently. This document's divided into chapters. If you go back to the P&Z and you talk and you meet and you say, look guys, chapters 1, 4, and 7 are the ones that we need to look at immediately and first. Let's look at them, make the recommendation to us. These are the chapters we need for you to look at. Then we can, amongst us, we can either, if you want to let Scott know ahead of time or something, like these are the chapters, they're pretty long. Maybe you need to consider a special session or a special meeting.
So combination kind of thing?
Right. I mean, we don't know as we sit here, looking at it like I did this week, I'm going to need more than, I think, just a city council meeting or two. So, do we set aside a special meeting? I don't know. It depends on what you guys say. This, if it's just one chapter that's super urgent, maybe we knock it out at the next council meeting or something. If it's 3 or 4 longer chapters that are really, really urgent, maybe we do need a special meeting to get that accomplished.
To add on to what Emily said, I think that we may not want to look at every suggestion ever thought of for Chapter 3. We may have just think at Chapter 3, just the change for the mixed-use percentages.
Yeah.
We could do, maybe ideally, we'd move all that zoning to a different part of the thing for ease of use, but that changes everything. How about we just change where it is now with what we needed to say and add that in? That might be 2 lines. I have no idea to add the percentages, but I can't tell in here because it's just a raw list of changes. If there's 10,000 legislative changes or 10, if there's 100 comprehensive plan objective updates or 1, like I can't tell from here. So that might be helpful because that will guide if we could do it in a working session or a council meeting. But if we just need to add the percentage for mixed use, and that's 3 lines, okay? And then we need to add 5 legislative updates, or maybe the signage chapter has to go all at once, then I think we could probably handle that in small chunks and not make big things. But I think that is possible. I just don't have the information to know
So when we
the
prioritize
magnitude.
it, we could probably try to give some estimate on how long it would take to review those prioritizations.
Yeah.
And maybe that'll help us determine where we can break it off in either general meetings or special sessions and kind of try to form it up when we bring it back to you with the prioritizations.
Yeah, and I think might be helpful is we may not need to hear the whole backstory of every single change.
Yeah.
Right, and just
We'll
kind of.
try to keep it high
Yeah,
level.
just saying, this is, this changed because of,
Yeah.
House bill, whatever.
Yeah.
And then, right.
All right.
So a little bit more on procedure then. So with all this, I thought what I understood from Dan, this would all be done after the public hearing, the joint public hearing.
I don't believe so. No, I think it's done on the front end, the joint public hearing, I guess.
Yeah, because the question I asked him is then do we have to do a joint public hearing?
Mm-hmm.
So say we review chapter 4
Mm-hmm.
and we all say we're good with it. Then we'd have to take chapter 4 to a joint public hearing to get that approved.
Yep.
Well, that's the reason why we're prioritizing them is so that we can get them moved forward.
I was under the impression that if we received a formal recommendation from the P&Z, instead of just the preliminary, but the formal, that we could go piece by piece and we didn't have to do a joint public hearing for each one.
You would have to do one at the end once you adopt it.
Right, but then it wouldn't be adopted in between.
Yeah.
Yeah, so my thoughts are is could we take this to a joint public hearing?
Mm-hmm.
Take it back to P&Z, they make the formal recommendation to us, and then we start dividing it up by chapter and review
For
it
adoption.
for adoption.
Greg, I think I understood the way you did, but I would prefer not to do that. Because if we just take this entire document and say, joint public hearing, figure it out, we're not doing our residents any favors because there's no way, if I can't get through this, how are they expected to get to us and give us meaningful feedback?
Right.
So I would rather P&Z give us an updated comprehensive plan that doesn't have all this stuff in it, just the things that we need
The
to see.
prioritization.
Just the prioritized changes. We share that with the residents. That should be easier for us to explain. And then we vote on it, adopt that, and then we look at the next chunk of things that we need to do. Yes, it will take multiple public hearings and it'll take multiple votes, but I think it might be better for the residents, for them to understand the changes, because it's easier for us to understand it that way. I think it'd be easier for
Right.
them and to us to explain it to them. Dan ran away, but I wanted to ask him a question.
I
Don't
think
know
he
what
did
happened
that
with him.
intentionally.
But I wanted to ask him. Oh, there he is.
Your ears must have been ringing.
Yeah, he knows I'm the one who calls on him all the time, so sorry about that. Is the requirement a joint public hearing, or is that just the way we've approached it in the past? I thought it was P and Z has a public hearing and City Council can have a public hearing. We just happen to do joint ones to make it easier for all of us, but technically P and Z can have their own public hearing and we can have ours after we're done with our review.
That's generally true. I don't know that it's a requirement here.
No.
In most cities, it's separate.
Okay. I think we had only done that in the past because they were small changes and it wasn't worth having two separate public hearings. But there's a benefit to having P and Z have a public hearing on their own because they could take that feedback and incorporate it before they send it to us. If we have a joint one, it's just going to kind of slow it down.
Yeah, so what I understand with that is P and Z could go ahead and do a public hearing. And then from that, then they could do a formal recommendation to council.
Yep.
And then we could take it, and by then we ought to have the breakout of what we need as far as review. And then if it really came down to it, say we decided that, the primary chapter was, we don't have a recommendation, but just chapter 3 is our primary recommendation that we need to get this implemented. Then we review chapter 3. We could do a public hearing on chapter 3 at the council level, and then we could adopt it.
That's true, but the concern is if they take this document as written now and go to a public hearing, then we can't pull out all the changes we don't want we can, but it's going to be a lot of work for us to pull out all the changes we don't want and just pick the ones we want. I would rather them take however it's written now, make the prioritized changes, have a public hearing, then send it to us. Because if they just send it to us as is, we're going to have to break it apart.
Well, we have an unredlined version, don't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can split the
just
prioritization
highlight-
up into sections, so we can have prioritization 1 is the first ones that we come to you with your public hearing, and then once you guys make the changes you want and want to approve that in your joint public, or in your public hearing, that can be adopted, and
Yeah, I
then we
think
can
this-
bring the second prioritization.
Yeah,
kind of thing.
what I understood the concern is for the P and Z to take it forward to a public hearing, we need a document that can explain it they could explain it or show it to residents that shows where the changes are at. Is that?
Yes, so yeah, exactly, but not by chapter because not all the changes are just in one chapter. Like if the legislative changes might be in 3 chapters.
And so we can
Now,
talk
this is
about-
just the P and Z's review. So the P and Z's,
We need to take the whole document, is my understanding, because
well, you could do it either way you want, my belief. You could do it in chapters or you could do it to do a public hearing with the P and Z. Council's not even involved, so this would just be a P and Z public hearing to review and get comments on the UDC. And they could choose to do it by chapter, they could choose to do it as a whole.
I think what they're required to do, and Dan, correct me if I'm wrong, is make a revision to the document, present that to the residents, and then take those feedback and then vote on it and send it to us.
Right.
Right.
But I think those revisions have been done, correct?
But we don't want to present all of these revisions to them.
we will,
Not at one time. At one time?
if the commission wants. If the commission, we'll discuss it. If they want, we'll do the whole thing, because it is so interrelated, we feel we need to do the whole.
But then we won't accept, that's the problem is if you.
No, and then you can dissect it.
I'm not going to break apart your document. I'd rather you present to us what you want us to be approved, but we're not approving all this at once. So that's what I'm saying is send to us the version you want us to get approved, the version that includes the legal changes and the key things. Send us that version. I'm not saying throw away the rest of your work. Keep that aside.
Just do it at a later time.
Do it at a later time because that I'm not going to pull apart this for you. I mean, because it's going to be impossible, because this
Yeah, I guess
version
I-
moves things around. It's not just changing things, it's moving things and relabeling things and changing chapters. And I can't pull that apart for them.
Yeah, and staff can work. Staff can work with planning and zoning. Yeah.
Let us all go to the drawing board, having heard everything.
Yeah.
And we can come up with.
Yeah, staff will come up with a prioritization plan and we'll present that. And from there, you can determine, you know, if we'll do a special meeting or if we'll start it off in a regular meeting kind of thing. And we'll have an estimate of how long it'll take to get through the different types of prioritizations. And so we can do it by sections so it's easier to digest. By
See what I'm
topics,
saying?
yeah.
Yeah, I'm a little lost on it. So then, just
Yeah.
to clarify, so what I heard you say is that P and Z should do it by sections, chapters, areas?
No, that's not what
Okay.
I said.
Okay.
I
Or
said by,
topic?
by key topics, the most important topics, which may cover multiple chapters. The problem is some of these topics, which make unilateral changes to the entire thing, aren't as important as the comprehensive plan. Well, make the case. So make the case. But, so what I'm saying is that some of the changes completely redesign the entire look and feel of the UDC. Move chapters around, do all that
Right.
stuff. And some of them are just changing a few lines here to make it legal or adding percentages to make mixed use.
Mhm.
We don't have to have all of it. We could just have the parts that are most important, even if it's in a section that maybe not be ideal. And then we can move it later, you know, when we decide to make it easier to read. But I'm hearing from the P and Z their number one concern. I'm hearing, Bobby, you say your number one concern, and David.
That one, but there's a lot of landscaping we're concerned about and lots of trees.
Okay, so what I'm saying is we have to put it in chunks that the residents can understand. And putting in 10,000 changes at once is not going to work for me.
At the podium if you want to talk.
Yeah.
Sorry, sir.
The chunks you're talking about, should we really call it subjects rather than chunks, rather than sections? Because we're looking at this mixed use. Okay, that's one subject, but it affects all sorts of other things. We had a huge discussions on landscaping, huge discussions on canopies, huge discussions on all sorts of little things. But should we come back and say, okay, we want a whole subject that we'll look at first? A topic? You called it a topic, somebody else called it a section?
I think that could work, but we would need to know, okay, we need section 1A of chapter 3 to have this change, and we also need, in this working session, we also need chapter 6, line 4 changed to
Okay.
this. It's all part of the same subject, but we need to know where it is you need the changes and what the changes are gonna be.
I'll use the example of a mixed-use area. You've got the mixed use, and the basis of that is in chapter 4. But then you go a few other places, and it's got, for example, what kind of building structures are you allowed to have? That's in chapter 7. And there's a couple other sections on the administrative sections, and that's probably chapter 3. So what I'm saying is that we need to come up with, say, okay, we need to talk about mixed use, and this will affect chapter 4, chapter 3.
And what Laura's saying is, it doesn't have to be all of chapter 4 that we look at. If
No.
you want to focus just on mixed use, you pull out what parts of what chapters or sections you want us to look at, and that will be number 1 priority. And then you do the same thing for the next topic. That'll be number 2 priority, and we'll work in parts like that.
Just thinking offhand, the first one that we have coming up is mixed use. We had a huge amount of discussions about just what exactly do you mean by hill country aesthetics? Right? And that affects virtually every one of the chapters. We can pick out the important sections of each. So if that's how you want to do it, that may be the easiest way for, let us do the work
Right.
on figuring out what goes where, and then come back to council and say, okay, council, this is how you do it.
That's exactly what I think we're asking. I think that's perfect for me.
So, now, so these would be,
He just repeated what I said, so that's fine.
so now these would be, again, informal reviews. It could be one way. So informal review, they're giving it to council, we review it, then we're going to take it to a joint public hearing. And then from there, P&Z would make a formal recommendation to us to adopt whatever piece it is that we reviewed, and then we could adopt it. Okay? And then we
That's
would.
one way of doing it, and I think that's the way we're used to doing it.
Okay. And so that would be, I mean, it'd be a formal process, so we could, did you not understand?
No, I don't. Is it a joint? I thought we had to have our own public hearing in order to give it to.
Well, it could, we could do public hearings, they could be separate or they could be joint.
Right.
And so, in the
I
past,
don't want a formal notice at this time.
so you have, basically right now, you have, at your last meeting, was it last meeting, y'all, no, the meeting before last, y'all voted on it and y'all said, yes, we're ready to send it to council, correct? And so now what we're asking is, could you go back and review it and identify priority areas by subject? And then instead of recommending and sending the whole thing to council, recommend it by priority areas.
But still not have a formal recommendation. to
Correct,
you.
correct.
So, okay.
And so then we'll take that, what you send us by priority, we'll review it, then we'll schedule a joint public hearing, because that's the way we normally do things around here. And then from there, you'll vote on it, we'll vote on it, and we can implement it. All right, that's the basic. Is that,
But there might be an opportunity, I want to make sure we're clear that the public hearing is with the intention of getting feedback from the residents. So we have to assume there has to be time in there to allow the P&Z to incorporate any feedback from the residents. Then they vote on it and send it to us. And then
Right.
right.
so this could be multiple iterations of going through this.
But we're going to address the most important things first.
Right. All right.
But we first have to prioritize them, so we have to divide them out first and then prioritize them and then come.
Yeah. And I was thinking maybe we kind of use that as an outline where, like, if there are just like things like all over the document, city manager and designee, every page has that, right? So just club that and say, okay, 400 pages has this, no big deal. It's not a policy change, it's just a cleanup. So maybe we can do that, and then maybe you approve it that way too. Because, like I said, it is interlinked, but we will definitely try to separate that. Yeah.
Yeah, that seems like an easy
Yeah.
change that.
Yeah,
we
I think
just-
we'll bring that to you first so that we get a win. Okay, we got something fast.
Well, I mean, so some of those procedural changes, my thoughts, I mean, as we identify the priority areas, and we pull those out, I mean, some of those procedural changes, they would just be included and, I mean, they don't need to really be addressed unless we're,
Exactly. For
Policy.
example, conformance with the Texas local government code. Really, I mean, we have, and that needs to be done, you know, so something like that could be another easy one. You know, the completeness check, the 30-day review. There are a lot of things that are not in line with the code, with the state code. So that could be one clean sweep saying, hey, just, and that is important too, right? So that it's legally sound. So we can definitely work with P&Z on that. Yeah.
okay?
Yeah, I mean, I think they understand now. Clear as mud.
Katie, any questions from your perspective, or you good? All right. Scott, any?
Not at this time.
All right, we'll move on to our next workshop item. which is the comprehensive plan review and adoption process. And so I think in this one, we're looking at a process that we can pull and adopt or review the comprehensive plan.
Right. So the only difference is P&Z hasn't started this process yet. So I think with comprehensive plan, there is the ability to have like a steering committee that has both council and P&Z and work together from get-go instead of trying to do it after some of the changes are made or recommended. So I'm just going to go through that quickly. Should I wait?
That's fine.
So what is the purpose of updating the comprehensive plan? The purpose of this meeting is to get, again, counsel from, guidance from the city council to see how the comprehensive plan update process should take place. So what is the need for the update? The city's home rule charter does say that once the comprehensive plan is adopted by the city, it needs to be reviewed every 2 years. That doesn't mean that changes need to be made necessarily, but just look at it and see if it's still current and relevant. The current comprehensive plan was adopted in 2018, so it's time to look at that. Like I said, it doesn't mean that changes need to be made. And this is also authorized by the Texas government, Local Government Code, Chapter 213. And just a quick, background on what is the purpose of the comprehensive plan. It helps to determine the community's visions and aspirations. It takes all that and puts together in one document that then helps to set the goals and objectives and more specifically, policies on how the city needs to grow in the future. So once the vision is set, the next step is how do we get there? And comprehensive plan tries to chart out that roadmap. It also helps the council to make decisions whenever you're looking at a future development or a capital improvement program, your 5-year CIP. You can go back to the comp plan and look at the vision and prioritize that. And like we just talked about, any zoning code or ordinances and development code all have their start off from the vision in the comprehensive plan. So the comprehensive sort of serves as a framework for those. And it's like a rule book for how the city is going to grow for everybody, for staff, for citizens, for visitors, for developers. Kind of brings everybody on the same page. And more importantly, just like zoning, it is a living document. So just because it's adopted doesn't mean it cannot be amended. A lot of fast-growing cities amend their comp plan every 2 years, or it might be necessitated by an external intervention like TxDOT builds a 6-lane highway through the city, so obviously it needs to be evaluated. So it can be changed, updated as many times as you would like to. I don't know why it's not. This is not. I don't know why I'm not able to move this. Oh, there you go. So the current comprehensive plan that you have was adopted in 2018, but the city has had a comprehensive plan since 2007 because the 2018 plan does reference the 2007 plan. We haven't been able to find a copy of the 2007 plan, but the 2018 plan was a 2-year process, and the reason the city undertook it is, in light of all the growth, there was this, I guess, the desire to make sure that the city's character was preserved, as especially the hill country character that the comprehensive plan mentions multiple times. So at that time, a 14-member stakeholder committee was appointed by the council. The committee worked with staff and professionals to finalize this plan. And there were a lot of opportunities for citizen and stakeholder engagement, from workshops to citywide town hall meetings, smaller focus group meetings, planning exercises, charrettes that the consultant did with P&Z and the stakeholders, and again, community surveys and multiple meetings with the city council. So that was a real a process that had a lot of citizen engagement built in. And the comprehensive plan, just typically the comprehensive plans have two components. One is the text component, and the other one is the maps that are included. And text basically includes descriptions, analysis of the topic, and recommendations. So some of the things that you would see is natural and man-made constraints, annexation, which I'm sure is going to change a lot in this update, future land use, transportation, parks and recreation, or open space, trails, things like that, utilities like water, wastewater, drainage, and then an implementation section that tries to actually, again, prioritize the recommendations for each of these and kind of come up with a time frame on when they could be implemented or should be implemented, which again serves as a framework for the council when they do their capital improvement projects. So this is a great document to go back and use as a base. The maps that were included was a future land use map, which basically you must have seen it around, which takes the city and assigns the desired land use. That map then serves as a base for zoning. And then the transportation map that talks about the thoroughfares and collectors, the right-of-ways, and there is a trail maps. Typically, comprehensive plans may also include an infrastructure map, a water, wastewater, and sometimes, or a citywide drainage map, and sometimes they are added on as separate projects and documents. Yeah, it's not scrolling. Oh, there you go. It scrolls the other way. Okay, so the purpose of this update would be, like I said, just to make sure that the comprehensive plan is relevant, and if certain sections need to be updated, this would be an opportunity. And also look at how has the city changed since the last comprehensive plan was adopted, how has the region changed, what are some of the things that are happening around, and make sure that those conditions are reflected. Also look at the vision that the current residents have, and has it changed, and is that something that needs to be addressed? And look at short-term, long-term priorities. Compliance with state statutes is an important one, like we mentioned, and we saw a lot of things are changing. And also look at state and regional policy plans, see what's happening at the state level, and make sure that your city responds to those changes appropriately. Again, going back to what can be the scope of the update, some options, it's up to you all to determine how you want to take this, approach this. One, it could be a complete rewrite. Second would be just to, again, look at specific elements, like how the P&Z did with the UDC and say, let's just look at the future land use map, or let's just look at the master thoroughfare plan. And if you already have some issues identified, those could be addressed. There might be a need to add new elements that were not previously added. A lot of these comp plans are talking a lot about sustainability, resiliency, because that's become a big deal. And sometimes, based on the type of grant funding that's out there, there might be a need to add certain elements so that you're eligible to apply for that funding. So again, it would be up to the council to determine what type of update you would like to undertake. And then based on that, then staff would prepare a detailed scope of work and a work plan. So, so that's basically, I think, the end of my presentation. So again, the purpose of this meeting is to get guidance from the council, and it's time to update the comprehensive plan and see how you would like to proceed with this process.
They definitely take complete rewrite off the table.
And I would agree with that. I mean, we put a lot of effort into the comprehensive plan that is currently established for us. There may be some areas that have changed over time that we may want to look at. So then what is the process how will we go through that? Now, it's a shorter document, it's not like the
It's
UDC,
only
so.
about 54 pages, if I'm not mistaken. So on the bright side, it's a lot smaller document. So, but we could do topic by topic, kind of like the second bulletin mentions there.
Is that something that we believe that we could do that in-house? Is that something that, I'm just asking the question. What,
You mean for staff to make recommendations on the flume and the master thoroughfare? Is that what you're asking?
or even the changes to the writing of the comprehensive plan?
I haven't thought about that. I think actually, Planning and Zoning Commission, did. I'm sorry, Bobby. But they did look at some of these aspects because one of the things that they looked at was the UDC compliant with the comprehensive plan. And it can be a shorter process, but I would recommend that it might be a good idea to start off with more public participation, maybe have a forum out there if you all think that's necessary. But if not, then how much has the city changed in the last few years would be the question. And if you all feel that it has or has not changed, then I think a quick update would be easy to do. But if you feel that it's changed a lot, which, like I've worked with cities which doubled their population in 5 years, right? So then obviously that was a little bit more intense work that was needed.
Greg, you and I, were you on the stakeholder committee?
Yes.
Sure. Yeah, and so was Roy, right? I think when we created the comprehensive plan, we did it with the anticipation of growth. And in fact, I think we've grown less than what we had anticipated in our comprehensive plan. Within the city. Thank you, good point. So, we may need to address that, but probably not the other way around. I do think we actually did have public input on the master thoroughfare plan already, because we just had a town hall, and they gave us a lot of input on that. So that one is readily.
Good point.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
I was just going to say, I think a lot of work was previously put into the comprehensive plan, and I think that we know the current areas where the development is going to at some point happen. So I don't know that, well, I agree with M that we don't need to put a complete rewrite on this, and that we could take smallish sections and knock it out, in my opinion, pretty quickly. Something I would be concerned, I guess concerned is probably not the right word, but something I would like to focus on is, at this point, if we're going to go through this, making sure that our UDC, that our comp plan, our master thoroughfare plan, all of those things actually are all cohesive together, because I think right now a lot of it is disjointed and we're figuring that out. So, I think that we need to make sure moving forward that they complement one another. And so that's something that I think we should focus on, but I don't agree that or think that we need a complete rewrite at all.
A lot of you were so recommending a process. Is this something that usually goes through P&Z? We start off with a town hall.
That was just a recommendation, but just hearing some of the comments here, it could be as simple as maybe starting off with a committee that has P&Z and both council, so that earlier on there is that dialogue between the two bodies, and then just have like a session with P&Z and council and say, let's just talk about what are your issues or what has come up, and just kind of just target those areas that come up, and which is what we did in another city, is not go through the whole process, but what do you think are the hot spots, and then, or the buttons that you want to address, and then definitely look at the future land use map in a charrette form, saying, this is what it looks like, what do you feel? So just have that
maybe a work session with the two bodies together. And if you feel you need to include other people, that could be done, like a smaller group, which is representative of your community, or just P&Z and council, and then come up with a list of things and just tackle those. I mean, that could be one way of doing it, quick and simple, if you feel that a complete rewrite is not needed. And if you have already started work on the thoroughfare plan, that could be incorporated in that.
Mayor, if I could. You
Yes,
know,
sir.
The other way these things often happen, and I'm sure a lot has dealt with this, is if I'm a developer and I come forward with a project and zoning, the comprehensive plan doesn't support what I want to do in the location I want to do it. Before I can bring forward a zone change or whatever that case may be, I have to amend the comprehensive plan. And so comprehensive plans get amended all the time. They don't just get amended when the charter says they need to be amended. They often get amended either by sector, or they get amended when somebody comes through with a development that is not supported by the comprehensive plan. And when those changes have to take place, they have to go through a public hearing process and everything. They have to go through P&Z, they have to make a recommendation to the council, and the council has to approve that change. So it's not, I don't know, I don't want the council to think that they're only changed in every 2 years or even every 5 years. Some cities haven't done a comprehensive update to the comprehensive plan in 10 years, but they've made multiple changes either by sector or in particular areas because growth. I have a city where the comprehensive plan that was adopted said that, well, this whole area needs to change from residential to commercial. Well, that was 12 years ago and it never changed. So when they redid their comprehensive plan, it was to change that. They wanted to change that back because that's not how growth happened. And so that's what I think Talata's point. I mean, I think that's one of the things that you should look at, and that's what dictates whether or not you really need to change your comprehensive plan. If we're making zoning changes that are not supported by the comprehensive plan, that would be a problem, right? Because the law says we cannot do that. And so the law would say you have to go back and change your comprehensive plan before you can make those zoning changes. We haven't had that happening to my knowledge, right? And so your plan may not need as much work as other cities need because this was really your first comprehensive zoning ordinance. Comprehensive plan was put in place before that was adopted. And so you're still working, you're in your infancy of your comprehensive planning and UDC because you're on your first iteration, first big rewrite of the UDC. So
I just want to point out, you know, from my perspective, that there's a couple of big drivers that, to me, I would go and look at this document to see if we're addressing those. And they're pretty straightforward things, like what are the changes that are anticipated on 3351 going to drive into the properties adjacent to 3351 as that continues to develop? The rate and nature of development that's going on in San Antonio's ETJ, and then the rate of growth in Bernie. To me, those things are putting pressures on our city that, having been a participant when we developed our current comprehensive plan, I think we kind of anticipated that stuff, but not to the extent and the pace that things are occurring there. So just a suggestion to kind of do it on a needs-driven basis. Where are the pressures on what we originally conceived the community was going to look like, and how do we protect that by making sure that that's covered in our comprehensive plan in the way that we think we need to?
Yeah, it's just a process of how do we do that?
I mean, we can, we could do another town hall where we have a joint with council and planning and zoning and have constituents and identify areas that we're interested in delving a little bit more into. It sounds like you're very interested in looking at the thoroughfare map or the
Plan.
master thoroughfare plan and the flume map for sure. But there are additional elements that Lada was describing that are in comp plans and, seeing if you guys want to, look into that to get opinions of the sustainability and items like that. There's other subjects too.
So on page 105 in our package, y'all have like something that looks like a step by step and like who the participants would be and kind of a list of activities here that to me seems very reminiscent of the kind of the process we went through to originally develop the plan, but not as involved because we were almost working with just a blank sheet of paper back when we last did it.
Right.
And this is more of an update, so.
Correct. So I do have this in your packet, which just as a guide, again, just outlines the basic steps, figure out what would be the scope, and then how much do you want public participation. But then just identify what the issues are, like if you don't want to delve deep into every chapter, and it could be just, instead of the detailed process, it could be just like I said, having a work session with P&Z and council and saying, okay, so what do you think are the issues? Maybe in that session, staff can walk you through what the existing comprehensive plan looks like, just like a 10-minute overview, so that to get you oriented, and then just go around the room saying, what do you think are the issues that need to be addressed, and then just list them and then start working on them, and then have a few more discussions and come up with some draft recommendations. It could be as simple as that. Again, this is just the overall steps, but it could take 5 months or more, or 2 years, but it would be up to you. What I hear looks like is there's not a need to do a complete update because it's fairly new, and so just tackle the topics that might be of interest to the community. And like I said, having just work sessions with council and P&Z, first one to just identify the issues, and the second one for staff to come back and says, this is what we heard, this is what we recommend, and then go from there. It could be as simple as that, and have a portal on the website where you post all these things so that if somebody wants to know what's happening, they're free to attend and follow what's happening. So it could be, that's an option.
So step one then would be a council P&Z meeting to identify the issues.
Yes, including maybe, like I said, a brief orientation so that,
Sure.
of what the comp plan has already, if you want to. If not, we can just jump into the issues. One thing that we did also in another city was we took the future land use plan, we took the zoning map, and we took a current land use map. And then also you can start seeing, like, if there are conflicts, that council just wanted to clean up. And so said, what are the conflicts? What is the existing use? What is zoning? And what is the future land use? And let's identify areas which do not match, and then decide how we want to move in terms of cleaning up the map. That could be part of that exercise too.
So if step one is a council P&Z commission meeting, I don't know, from council's perspective, do we want the entire council as part of the issue identification along with the entire P&Z? I would recommend it.
I think we would
Not a
definitely do
committee.
that.
I think committee was spoken of, but I think the entire council should be there. And we could meet with, find a date, we could meet with the entire P&Z and identify the areas, issues that we want addressed as part of the update. Is that?
And I think that's a great idea. But I don't want 101 sessions. I don't want someone briefing me line by line what the comprehensive plan is. I'm just assuming everyone's going to do their homework and read it. I mean, we're all responsible for it. And, but I also don't want to search for problems that aren't there. I mean,
Right.
I just want to fix what we need to fix.
I mean, Roy brought up some, I apologize, go ahead. Roy brought up some good points, but to what Laura is saying, if we do this meeting, we're not coming there to learn about the comprehensive plan. We should have already reviewed it. We're coming to the meeting to present those concerns that I may have, Laura may have, Roy, Chesley, Emily, et cetera.
I was going to touch on something similar to
cover
what Laura
everybody?
said. I would expect that all of us would read the 50-page comprehensive plan. It shouldn't be that terribly hard. And then look at it and identify individually before the meeting what it is that we think are topics that needed to be discussed. So when we get to the meeting with all of us, it's a, hey, this is what I came up with, this is what you came up with, okay, these kind of match here, let's do this, and move straight into working on, you know, how we want to progress through this. I agree with Laura. I don't need to be walked through the comprehensive plan or given a 101 or anything like that. I would expect that as we're all professionals and we're able to look at something and come up with our own ideas.
Would that work? So I guess first step is we need to find a date. Then after that, just put out instructions to both council and the commission on what the expectations are of that meeting.
I would like to recommend, if you are looking for a date, typically when planning and zoning meets and you all do your joint public hearings, it's always on the planning and zoning, or the P&Z meeting date. And it's just done right before their meeting. So that's kind of typically what we've done in the past. So if you guys are interested, I don't know how soon. Yeah, I don't know how soon you guys would want to, but my recommendation would be to try to do it on the second Thursday of the month.
It's generally between our two council meetings, so it adds a third meeting for us. Okay? And we're looking at May?
May will work, except Katie won't be here, so.
Where are you going?
What's happening?
So I'll just I'll talk to Scott and see what he thinks.
Well, may I make a suggestion?
course.
That we make it after we have the new council member on board? Because I don't think May 11th, they would have been certified the role, so they wouldn't be attending the council meeting.
That may work out better anyway. So we'll look at June. How's that? That way we can get this a little bit more organized and give people time to read the comprehensive plan and pull information together.
So is that June 8th?
June 8th.
Can we confirm that?
Yeah, because the June 1st would be our first council meeting, yep.
Travel meet, but that's fine.
Know that I'll be here either.
Lost invite travel meet? Have a both, we both be traveling for our swim meet.
have vacations planned?
I don't vacation, no, I'm joking. Okay, no, I'm fine. I'll just send the girls, they can go by themselves.
Drive themselves. All right, we'll go with June 8th, and we have time for everybody to research this and see what we've got. Is that enough?
What time is that usually at?
18:30, right? 6:30?
6:30 is our meeting, so we're going to do it before our meeting.
Yeah.
I think normally we've gone ahead and met at 6:30, and then y'all start your meeting after we finish. We'll work on the time. 6 or 6:30, how's that?
Could interject just a thought. If there is a runoff, then the election winner will not have been determined by the 3rd. Well, they would have been determined by the 3rd, but they wouldn't have been on council yet.
Yeah, we're looking at June 8th.
But agenda item on the, well, you said
Sure.
UDC, the planning and zoning are volunteers. We've already had double meetings because of the planning going through the UDC. Which is higher priority, the UDC or the comprehensive plan? you need to instruct us, because I don't think I can ask my commissioners to do both at the same time as volunteers. There's a lot of work involved in all of that. So in taking in their time, I set a priority. Do you want us to do in June, which is fine, the comprehensive plan? That means that meeting will not probably do the development code, providing we have a plat or two to look at. If we have nothing, then of course we can combine. But if we have a plat too, that's a lot of extra time, and I can't go to 10 o'clock for meetings with I mean, that's just asking my volunteers too much.
Mayor, as I just looked at the calendar, the first meeting in June, if we were to proceed with the with the comprehensive plan, the first meeting in June is on the 1st, and if we have a runoff election, that will be on the 3rd. So I could technically swear in the new person prior to the 8th, but they wouldn't have had any formal orientation or anything like that. I just want to throw that out there as a consideration.
Planning and zoning would typically meet on Thursdays or Tuesdays to do their special meetings or their extra meetings. And it looks like there's 5 Thursdays in June. So yeah, there's 5 Thursdays in June. So we could meet after on the 22nd, June 22nd, which is a Thursday, and it's after both of the city council meetings that month.
Remind me, I know we're overdue in reviewing our comprehensive plan. Is there urgency to get it done? I know we were talking about updating all of our planning cycles. I mean, is there urgency
No,
in looking
to me,
at
the
it?
UDC takes priority. There's nothing in it that says of major concern that we need to update it, other than by our charter, we should have reviewed it. But other than that, and I think we've identified, Roy brought up a couple of concerns. I believe there's other things that we've collected over time that we want to update, but I don't believe that there is anything critical that we're looking at that says we need to make these updates to the comprehensive plan. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think the biggest concerns that, I've heard over the past few years is mainly the thoroughfare plan and the flume plan, or the flume map. I haven't really heard anything about the actual language, but it may change once everybody takes a fresh look at it, so.
So possibility, let's get started with the UDC. And we have this, we know we need to do it, and let's find a time later on, maybe even after fall, springtime, or winter time.
After the budget cycle?
Yes.
Okay.
But the June 22nd date works, because that's in between our meetings. That could work.
I don't know, I'd be concerned doing the UDC and the comp plan and the budget cycle for us, personally. All at once. Seems,
We're going to have a lot of,
yeah.
Let's do that. My recommendation is, let's look at the comprehensive plan, maybe in the fall.
Okay.
And that gives us time to, if y'all agree with that, that gives us time to really take a look at this. We're not jumping into what it is that we need to do as far as the preparations for a review process.
Okay, we'll look for a meeting after the first of the fiscal year and try to set up a joint meeting with council and planning and zoning.
And we could bring it back, I don't know, so if we look at, start sometime in October, maybe first meeting in October, bring it back to council, we do a review and formalize the process we're going to go through, and then after that, we could look at joint meetings and what we need to do as part of the process.
Okay, sounds good.
Is everybody okay with that? Thumbs up?
Roy's going to be good with that.
Yes.
Roy, you're good with that?
Scott, anything we need on that item? Is that enough for y'all, or?
More than enough, yes, sir.
More than enough, yes. All right, let's move on to reports from staff, and we'll start off with an election update from our city secretary.
Christina Pachocchio, City Secretary, and I'm here to talk to you tonight about election updates. As you know, elections are just around the corner on, let me get this. Okay, we have 2 council seats on the ballot, and the place 2 has 3 candidates: Ryan Schnokey, Keith Roden, Rochelle Garcia. Place 6, we have Chesley Menchow. She's unopposed. So all of our elections will basically be for place 2. Right now, I wanted to inform everybody that we do have links on our website for the recent candidate forums that took place, I believe, last week. So, early voting will be here in this building for the first time ever. Citizens are accustomed lately to going to Van Robb Elementary School, and we want to make sure everyone is aware that they will be coming here instead. And as I mentioned earlier, early voting will start next Monday. And next Monday through Friday, the time is from 8 to 6 in this building. As long as someone is in line by 6 o'clock, they'll be able to vote. Saturday, it'll be from 10 to 4. Sunday, the polls will be closed, and then on Monday and Tuesday, it'll be 7 to 7. 2 locations for voting. One is the Kendall County Courthouse Annex, which is right near Bernie High School, and also our city public safety training room. On Election Day voting, which is May 6th, the election times will be 7 to 7. People can either go to Bernie City Hall or the city police station planning safety training room again. And this, again, I want to make sure everyone is aware this is for all of our City of Fair Oaks Ranch residents. However, there is something impacting our Comal, a select number of our Comal residents, and those are the residents that live within the Comal ISD boundaries. There is a bond election, and there will be 3 propositions for these schools. We have information and links to the ISD page on our city website. These are the properties that are going to be impacted by the Comal ISD elections. Those are the homes that are in Setterfeld Estates, the Enclave, and the individual property owners. So that would be, if you can bear with me, please, it's property owners here, 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 all the way down here. So we want to make sure that all of these residents are familiar that they do have an opportunity to vote in 2 locations. Here for the city elections and in Comal ISD election sites for the bond elections. The closest Comal polling locations for early voting are in Bulverde, and that is the Annex on Cougar Bend, and then the Maumon Family Public Library. Both of these are in Bulverde. On Election Day, they have a closer place, and that's the Cibolo Community Creek Church. So that's just in town. Or they can also go to those closer places. There are other locations for them, but they're in New Braunfels. So these are the closest. We are trying to make some outreach efforts so that we can educate all of our citizens that elections are around the corner and where to go. We've had a Bernie Star notice that was placed on April 15th. We have information on our website. We will be placing regroup messaging, which is going to send individual messages via text or email or a telephone call, depending on what their requests were. However, that only reaches those people who are signed up for regroup. We've also placing news flashes. We will be having yard signs posted, especially at Van Rob and in key locations throughout the city to direct people here. And we will be posting 2 electric signs letting people know, like we had the other day for the town hall meeting, to try to get people's attention so that they know to come here. We will be reaching out through regroup also for the Comal ISD situation and also have the information posted on our website. This is where to go for information. It's tx.org, 134 city-elections. And you'll find all the information you need there. I just wanted to make sure I provided that in an open forum for council. I know you are regularly in contact with your constituents, and I want to make sure that if you know anybody in the Setterfeld or the Enclave or any of those properties, that we are providing them this information. We want to make sure they're able to go out and vote. And I'm ready to take any questions if you have any. Great. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. We'll move on to the next item. Scott, a Civic Center update.
Excuse me, yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I provided a quick update to the MDD, was that last week? At this most recent meeting in April. I thought I'd provide quickly the same for you all here. Council will recall that several weeks ago, a couple months ago now, the city released a request for qualifications to secure a design professional for a potential civic center project. RFQs are a little bit different than RFPs. With an RFQ, we go through a selection process that's based on the qualifications and submissions and potential interviews of the design professionals who are being asked for consideration as part of the process. So we make and select a recommendation based on qualifications rather than price, and at that point we negotiate price and potentially bring that back to council for consideration. The deadline for that RFQ was last week. We have received multiple submissions, so internal selection committee will begin reviewing submittals next week, potentially interviewing finalists if needed. We'll score them and bring back a final recommendation to the city council. That recommendation is likely to come to the June 1st council meeting for consideration. So in a scenario in which the council chooses to proceed, we expect that the concept and design process, which would be not just the design itself, but one or more meetings with the city council to go through scope and just options for how a civic center would look. Through that process, that would potentially take 9 months or longer, depending on the scope of the project and the process, and potentially a year or longer for actual construction once we got past that point. So realistically, if we start relatively soon and we chose to proceed through the budget process, everything else, we're probably looking 2 to 3 years out, for a final completion, if we get to that point. Currently, the city has allocated in its current adopted budget a little over $412,000 in the SAP fund of the city budget for this project, which presumably would be used to kickstart the design process. We do have the ongoing MOU with MDD, which is what the update was for potentially, as it stands now, $600,000 on a reimbursable basis with the MDD. So a little more than $1 million currently allocated. The intent at our June meeting and through the budget process would be to get direction from the city council on how we want to proceed regarding the possible, obviously, make a decision on proceeding with the project, proceed on possible budget, and whether or not we want to submit a request for an extension of that MOU to the MDD at its July meeting. I'm sure you all know that the MOU is currently set to expire this September. So the decisions we make coming up in the June and July through the budget process obviously will impact how we want to proceed with the project, how we want to make the request back to MDD. So mainly we just want to give you a warning that, or notification that that's upcoming. We'll bring a recommendation for potential design professional back to you in a little less than a month, or a little less than 2 months, and decide how we want to proceed working with MDD and through the project after that time. So expect this to start in earnest at the beginning of June. Questions?
Thank you, Scott.
Thank you.
And then we have our last report from staff, which is our quarterly, or the investment report for the quarter, which ended March 31st.
Come up here for this one so I can get the clicker. Again, Scott Hughes, Assistant City Manager. I'll be pinch hitting on the investment report this evening. So you know we're required to provide this report to City Council quarterly. So we'll get through this quickly. I'm well aware of the time. Historically, as you all know, the city has invested most of its reserves in tax pool. That wasn't in our primary checking account. The council will also recall that basically at the beginning of this calendar year, the city has broadened our pooled investments to include Tex Pool Prime and Texas Class. Both of those are similar types of pools to Tex Pool, but they offer a little bit higher returns while still providing a very safe and certainly state-approved investment mechanisms. As we go through this portion of the chart here, we can see that, as we all know, interest rates have increased dramatically in the last few quarters. I had to look back. I think I was still giving this report last year at this time, and at that time, the interest rate in Tex Pool, the top one, was 0.08%. Now we're at 4.45% just in Tex Pool, and probably climbing. So obviously, we've seen an exponential increase in interest earnings in that time. Last year at this time, we had earned a total of, in the pool at least, of $4,300 through the second quarter. Now collectively we're at over $250,000. So obviously that's a dramatic change in our investment pool from where we were at this time last year. So again, the interest earnings for up here was $252,000, as you can see, and we've also increased as part of that the balance in our pools through the first quarter. There is a $1.6 million increase you'll see at the bottom. That's primarily due to the remaining portions of the property tax payments that we received mainly in January, so that was added to our pools as well. So that collectively, along with the interest rate increases, is what gets us to a $252,000 increase overall. Next couple of slides, again, just give you kind of a historical picture of where we've been since that time. So over the last 4 quarters, even that second quarter last year, we were already starting to increase from that 0.08 I mentioned earlier. And it's been obviously increasing every quarter since then. And we can see, but at the time we could see interest rates were already starting to rise, which is what pretty much the same information in the graphical form. So this has greatly increased our earnings, and that will be shown at our financial report that you'll get at the next meeting as well. Anecdotally, it's an odds-on bet, at least according to Reuters, that the Fed will probably raise interest rates at least one more time. So we may be adjusting our projections yet again. Of course, we'll see how that plays out down the line. But the bottom line, very quickly, is that, like I said, this unbudgeted good news interest rate increase will will be reflected in our second quarter report. We'll certainly see an increase relative to budget. In the general fund, we budgeted $72,000 of interest total for the year, where we expect that projection to be more along the lines of about, I think I wrote this number wrong, about $450,000, and then about $200,000 increase in the utility fund. So collectively, we'll see, we're expecting to see an increase of about $578,000 in interest earnings compared to our adopted budget, where we were at this time when we adopted the budget in September. So things can change rapidly, but that's the really high-level short version of the investment reports. If you have any questions, I'll do my best.
Thank you, Scott.
Thank you.
We'll move on to requests and announcements. Do any council members have any announcements you'd like to make tonight?
The Adopt a Highway is on Saturday, if anybody's interested in participating.
Oh, yep.
I believe 8 in the morning at the FORHA office.
Anybody else? I had a couple announcements to go through. Speaking, our public works guys have been busy. If everybody have seen, if you drive down Battle Intense, the work that they're doing on the sidewalk there, they've gotten the sidewalk up, and I don't know what, 2 to 3 more weeks, that project will be complete, and we'll have, ever since I've lived in Fair Oaks Ranch, has been a misaligned sidewalk will now be fixed.
Tripped over a few times.
Also with that, the screw press system that we're putting into our wastewater treatment plant was tested last week and worked as designed. And I think we're looking at by the end of May, is that about right, Grant? End of May, we'll have the screw press system operational within our wastewater treatment plant. So great job there. And then Grant told me about the Balcones Creek water line replacement, and what we're about 2 weeks from completing that project. Really haven't gotten a lot of questions about it in the fairways, but they'll finish that project up. So great job to our public works guys. The town hall meeting we had this week on Tuesday, we had a pretty good turnout. Can't remember the exact numbers, but in the 60s, around 65. Great turnout, great questions. Would like to say thank you to all those that were able to make it out and provide information back to us. It is really beneficial to get resident feedback, especially when we're looking at the future of our wastewater treatment plant in this one, but also for any town hall meeting. I mean, we're providing information, we're helping to inform residents, but we're also looking for information back from residents to help us in developing our future policy and requirements for the city. And then the last announcement that I had is we're still in stage 1 of our drought contingency plan. We are monitoring the wells. The wells, even though we've had a little bit of rain over the last couple of months, our well levels have not come up in a level to get us out of stage 1. And, as it is April, almost May now, we're heading into the summer months and not sure what level we're going to get up to. So bring it up now. We're at stage 1. Please watch your water use, conserve as much water as possible so that we can stay in stage 1 throughout the summer. And hopefully it'll be a mild summer and maybe we'll have lots of rain and it won't impact us at all. But in any case, I think we need to be prepared for that it could be a little hotter. All right. Scott, any other announcements?
I think unless there's questions for me.
All right. Is there any topics that any council members have that they would like added to a future agenda? Christina, anything I missed tonight as part of the regular meeting? Scott?
No, sir.
We are going to move into executive session tonight. Pursuant to Section 551.101 of the Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, a quorum of the governing body hereby convenes into closed session, and we'll do this under Section 551.074, personnel matters, and the City Council will meet in closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074, personnel matters, to deliberate the following items related to the position and duties of the city manager. 1, terms and conditions of the resignation of city manager Tobin Maples. 2, the process and option for filling the vacancy of city manager. And 3, the process and options for designation of an acting city manager and future appointment of an interim city manager. And Christine, I have the time now is 9:43, and we are moving into executive session. We're ready to go? You can hear me okay? Yes, sir. Christine, I have the time now is 11:13 and we are back in open session. We had two items that were of consideration during the executive session that we'll now make a motion and vote on as part of open session. The first, got to get a motion to waive the 90-day notification for resignation of the city manager, Tobin Maples, and set a separation date of 21 April 2023 at 5 p.m.
So moved.
Second?
Roy and Chesley. And any comments, discussion from council? With that, then we'll go ahead and vote on the motion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion is approved. The second motion to appoint Scott Huzagay as interim city manager effective 5 p.m. on 21 April with a salary of $178,464 to be paid during the term while he serves as interim city manager. To set a leave accumulation, set a leave hour accumulation of 200 hours per year. Is that correct? And that would carry over into a time period after serving as interim city manager. To set a specified term to serve as interim city manager as 6 months, or upon hiring of a city manager if shorter, if longer, allowing for a month-to-month negotiation beyond the 6 months. Allowing for an automobile allowance of $600 a month during the time period serving as the interim city manager, and setting a start date of 21 April. Is there any piece that I missed?
So that's authorizing you to sign an MOU with that agreement?
And authorizing the mayor to sign an MOU with these stipulations
Set forth.
set forth. Okay. Could I get a motion?
So moved.
From Emily, in a second.
I second.
Laura, any other discussion from council? With that, we'll go and vote on the motion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion is approved. Christine, anything else that we need tonight? Scott, anything else that you need from us, or?
Sure, thank you.
Okay. Christine, I have the time now is 11:16 and we are adjourned. Uh-huh. You need a ride? Yeah, that's fine. Uh-huh. You'll have to give me directions.